I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and with me today is 2019 Carcassonne World Champion Marian Kurkan. Hi, Marian.
Hi Alexey, hi everyone.
So the reason we've joined forces today is because we have a lot of exciting games we're gonna watch. I've been looking forward to this event literally for months. It is Copa America 2025, the second installment of the championship that will find out the strongest team in the Western Hemisphere. You can see all the teams on the screen. There are 8 teams this year in Group A: Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Guatemala. Group B: Colombia, Chile, USA, Uruguay. There have been some changes since last year, so sadly we've lost a couple of teams. Cuba is not going to be playing because they're finding difficulties finding a stable internet connection. Peru is not going to be participating for unknown reason, but Uruguay is a new team that hasn't been there last year, so we'll be looking forward to seeing how they do in this one. Now, before we talk more about what's going to happen this year, just a reminder that last year Brazil was the one that took it all down in the finals against Chile. Chile was the team that won every single match except the finals, so they will be looking to exact their revenge. Brazil will be looking to defend their title, and Brazil is the team that we'll be starting to watch. So the plan for today is, first of all, we're going to look at Group A games. That's going to be in round 1. Then in 2 hours in round 2, we're going to look at Group B games. And then in round 3, we're going to decide which group is more interesting to watch at. So we're going to improvise a little bit. So we're starting with a classic match, Brazil versus Argentina. And you can see all the lineups on the screen. It's happening in 2 minutes. Before we start, though, just wanted to talk about the chances of each team. So obviously Brazil, they're the reigning champion. They would probably be the favorites in their group. However, what's interesting about them is that there have been massive changes. So last year, they had an all-star roster with Vini Lessa, Melvin Quaresma, Humberto Fukuda, none of whom are playing today. The only master from last year to participate is Eric Mateus, and the rest of the Brazilian team are very new. So they're mostly players from the Young Talent Project, such as Night Realm, Kelvin Gabriel, and Felzera, who will be playing not in the first match but in the second match. So it will be very interesting to see if this change of generations worked out. Then Argentina also very strong, Mexico also very strong. Elias Mochan is playing, Marco Rivas is playing. Argentina also has very strong players such as Big Nacho 610, although they have some losses. Santiago Iniguez is not participating this year, but overall sort of a very strong team. About Group B, we're going to talk maybe more before the second round. There, Colombia, Chile, and USA. Well, Chile, the obvious favorite. Colombia and USA, I think, have roughly equal chances. For Uruguay, they're their newer team. We don't know what to expect from them. In Group A also, Guatemala will be looking to secure some victories perhaps, but it is quite a tough group for them to qualify. So, Marian, do you have a horse in this race at all? Do you have sympathies for any of the teams? Do you have predictions for who's going to win this?
Well, yeah, I think I have some sympathies, but yeah, it's now or never. I don't think there are any underdogs or favorites. Whoever concentrates better and yeah, choose the best options today will be the favorite. So it will be a tough competition. Brazil, I think, is not necessarily the favorite to the title this year, although they won last year, and I think they have the strongest team, perhaps. But as you said, there are, let's say, the new generation is taking over the responsibility of the team. So yeah, I'm eager to see some very good matches.
Yes, we are. And Brazil-Argentina is starting right now. Before we dive in, just wanted to say quick hello to the chat. Hi, Ian. Hi, Edgar. Hi, Amiras. Hi, Glavier. Hi, Played Mac. And yeah, let's dive in. So I've actually, if you don't mind, I really want to look at table 1. So you can see all the lineups on the screen. Now, Fernando Mijuto on table 1 is a very interesting player. So he thinks very quickly. He's probably one of the fastest players in the world when it comes to tile counting and point counting. Caro Payun, the Argentinian master with the overall slightly higher rating. They did very well in some turn-based tournaments last year. And table 2 is also pretty interesting to see the second highest rated player on Brazil's lineup, Night Realm versus Nacho 610. Anyway, so let's dive in. We'll start with Mijuto. After this, Marian, any preferences as to which duel you want to watch?
No, I don't think so. Whatever you like.
Okay, there we go.
So shall we start with the? Okay.
Yes. I was just trying to open the thing, and we should be now working. So Mijuto's playing with the red meeples. Caro Payun's playing with green meeples. A very, very interesting position. In a couple of minutes, 10 tiles played. There are 3 red monasteries, one by one, which stacked over here, which indicates a great advantage for red, but not without some caveats. So red has this city, which is quite vulnerable, about to get blocked in a couple of places over here, so the square is empty. Also, one starting tile that fit into the square was just drawn by the Argentinian. And also, these 2 monasteries are actually currently being controlled by this one lone city meeple. And so if red wants to get these 2 meeples back, he will actually be forced to finish the city for green. So not clear necessarily who's ahead here. Marian, so whose position do you prefer here and why?
Yeah, I think I prefer the red's position because of the strong, let's say, start with those stacked monastery. Although I would prefer to have them grouped together instead of in one single line, you know. Yeah. Apparently, the Argentinian focused to block red's meeples from the beginning. Yeah, but the thing is that if Reds manage to draw some very good tires for him, it will have a big advantage.
Yeah, so they're equal on the scoreboard now, just exchanging a couple of quick points. Mijuto with one more monastery. He does not hesitate to put his last meeple on it. So very exciting that we have this stack of 5 monasteries over here. And look, he made this move instantly. And I like this idea, but maybe in this instance, I would have considered actually sacrificing a couple of points and instead going for a 3-pointer on the right just to control 2 features of green. Because as lovely as this straight line looks, then the configuration with the green monastery sandwiched in between 2 red monasteries is actually not that great for red, because red, in order to get his 2 meeples back, he will need to build up all of these squares, and green will be freeloading from his monasteries in the process. Now, if these monasteries were flipped, let's say if the red monastery were here and the green monastery were here, that would have been a much, much better situation for red. So maybe Fernando here with a bit of a hasty decision. What do you think, Marian? Would you have gone for the high scoring move regardless, or would you have gone for the 3-pointer on the right?
Yeah, I don't know. I like this position because, I mean, whoever draws the last monastery, it's definitely gonna be on top of the red one. to have all 6 in one line.
Yeah,
It would
great
be
point. Actually,
interesting.
there's this lovely monastery spot over here, and I think it's in either player's interest actually to place it there because this is the best spot on the board. Oh, exciting development! Starting tile has been just drawn by Mejuto. Mejuto's 1 tile away from finishing his city. Karapayun with a counter threat on his own. 2 tiles remaining until he completes a 14-pointer on the right. A 16-pointer in progress for Mejuto. And now what does the Argentinian even do here? So he can definitely go here and score 4 points and restrict both Red's road and Red city, but there are still 4 tiles that fit into this square, 3 butterflies and starting tiles as well. Also curve drawn by Red, excellent defense. Now Red will be quite easily finishing his road, but he will need to be careful because he first of all needs to finish the city, right? And only then he could finish the road, because if he goes here first and finishes the road, then he will be exposing this square. And
Yeah, exactly.
Mejuto could go, Karapayón could go here and place something next to the square to obstruct. Now I think the Argentinian here with a bit of an imprecision. I really don't like this move. So I like precisely because it allows stuff like this. So I really liked the sentiment that he wants to block the square. But as a result, he has made his own city more vulnerable in the process. So Mejuto is now almost blocked green city as well. Red, however, continues with his restriction, so now limiting this square, reducing the number of tiles from 4 to 1 that fit there. Now the only thing that fits there is the lone starting tile. It also doesn't help for Red that this square is now restricted. There's still 5 crossroads remaining to fit there, but it will be some time before Red can continue his road. Red now, I think, very greedily places a meeple on the city cap, and let's see if the Argentinian player manages to play against the meeple minority of Red. Any suggestions here for Green's move? So Green chooses to start a new city whilst also restricting Red's monastery. This allows Red to just continue his city safely. Yeah, players are playing really fast, so there's not a lot of time to comment on everything.
Yeah, I think Green wants to create a big field, knowing that Red cannot afford to meeple the field right now, and perhaps a way to finish at least 1 monastery. But yeah, I think now Green could have just tried to block at least the Red meeple. Either on the monasteries, either on his city.
Yeah, actually, that would have worked quite well. Yeah, I really like how Red is playing this compared to Green. I think Red is being a bit more precise, because also with this move over here, like you mentioned that Green wants to start a big field. Well, why not just meeple the field? That would not have been the worst idea ever, really. He can do it soon enough, I guess, but that would have been a bit more efficient way to do things. Green, however, is ahead on the scoreboard. And Red now needs to make a crucial decision. And does he go over here? And does Red take the field? Despite the fact that it is last meeple, but the field is so good. So what do you do here, Marian? Do you just preserve a meeple and allow your opponent to meeple a 15-point field? Or do you sacrifice your meeple just to deny such a lucrative scoring opportunity for your opponent?
Yeah, despite how much I like the fields, I wouldn't meeple right now, because the Green has the force to attack and even win the field, and then the Reds would have just lost meeple and some scoring opportunities. So if I were Red, I would be content with the points from the monasteries and try to delay it as much as possible, the meepling the field.
And this is exactly what Fernando did. And look at it, it was a very, very interesting move. We can also see that Red now managed to consolidate his road on the right. And now he'll be looking to get a straight line and then maybe drop a farmer here. And the idea of Red here, that he's kind of like preparing the field a little bit more, because there's still one vanilla city cap that fits into this square. And then if he gets that city cap, then he's going to meeple the field. This move also adds a point to the monastery and also exerts some pressure on this square, because green is now trying to threaten a 16-point city of his own, so that's really no joke. Red will need to block it soon enough. But now a measly curve here for Carcassonne. So again, same question. Is it time to meeple the field or not yet? Maybe you make some sort of a blocking move against your opponent's monasteries, like over here on the left. Maybe you do something like this, pointing the curve downwards. No, he decides to go on the field. Dagger tile for Mejuto can't really do much, except...
I think a little bit higher would be...
Yes, I agree, I agree. I think that was a bit more tactically precise. Simply because there's so many straight lines remaining, so a move that I really liked for Red was going here, and then he would be setting up a straight line to go over here, which would allow him to finish this monastery a little bit quicker. But let's see if we're gonna eat our words or not, because there's still a substantial number of tiles that fit into this square. However, the vanilla city cap that would fit there is something that Red already needs in this square. The 3 vertical dividers like this have gone out. There's still one diagonal divider which would which would fit there very nicely. A couple of Doritos, an extender. Yeah, maybe there's just enough tiles to justify this. Green decides to take a stronghold on the field with a second meeple, which actually makes it a bit difficult for Mejuto, because I don't think Red can fight for this field at all, really. So Red will need to either rejoice in the fact that he's going to be scoring a boatload for monastery, so he's just going to hope that he, with his monasteries, outscores the field, or maybe he goes and tries to complete this city. Some quick points are also gonna help. Green now successfully blocks this here monastery square, I believe. Yeah, there's actually nothing. Is there really nothing?
I think there's one more,
There's
right?
one. There's one tile that fits here still.
They didn't.
So actually there's only 25% chance of this monastery here being completed, because Red needs a tile here and Red needs a tile here as well. And it's entirely possible that even if Red draws it, Red might need that tile in a different location. Carcassonne with a Dorito tile, looking to probably continue his city at the top, kind of preserving the threats of completion. He chooses not to do that. This allows Fernando to try and obstruct that city a little bit. He will now be looking for a complete block, and complete block it is, but this is actually not true. This is a great imprecision from Mejuto. Of course, it was much better to block from the other side. So the point is, if he were to place the curve here, and then the Dorito here, then this square would have been completely blocked, because there are no left-handed daggers available. There's only a right-handed dagger available. So this could actually hurt Mejuto a lot. And now he's forced to spend more tiles to try and block that square completely. But at least Carcassonne cannot defend. So what do you do with this curvy tile if you're green? Do you just make some sort of obstructing move against Red's monastery at the bottom, maybe?
I think no. I think I would focus on blocking the center spot between those monasteries, because in the bottom it's convenient to close it, right? It's also a green city on Green's field.
Right.
So yeah, I will just try to put it right in the center in the left side of the board.
So you're thinking something like this, maybe setting up for one of the four remaining straight lines? Or with the other side to maybe use a city tile here for blocking?
I think with a straight line I would choose. But also interesting, the straight lines are refusing to to come out of the deck, right? Let's remember, red still needs a straight line to free one of his meeple.
Yeah, that's actually a good position to be in for red, because he has value from straight lines, whereas Carapayun cannot really extract value from straight lines if he draws one. And with 4 straight lines remaining, so 2 scenarios are possible. First of all, 95% chance, or even slightly more, that Mejuto will be able to eventually draw a straight line and free up his road meeple. But even if that were not to happen, even if that 5% chance were to happen, then Carapayun will have drawn 4 tiles which he cannot extract value from, and this would mean that maybe Mejuto would make 4 moves which are much more productive than the moves of Carapayun, and this would sort of compensate the absence of Red's road maple. So that's why I really liked your suggestion of the blocking idea. Yeah, so we see that Carapayun chose to block at the bottom, because if green were to go over here, at the very least he could extract himself some value from future straight lines, maybe going over here and maybe even meepling this 6-point road with his last meeple close to the end. Now a splitter tile for Mejuto, who will be looking probably to block green city. He's just thinking about the orientation, really. Instead he chooses to attack green's ruin. Yeah, that's an important decision here. Let's see if that's justified. Well, very interesting tile here. So Carapayun, he can either try and complete his city, which would make a lot of sense, or he could actually use this dagger to block the invasion of Mejuto to the city, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the triple city tiles have gone out. So if he just does something like this, then this invasion will no longer be possible. Whereas if he doesn't do anything, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, there's still 2 Doritos, 2 triangle tiles that actually allow this invasion. So what do you prioritize here,
I would go certainly for the block. I think that's the right move.
So then we're thinking that this preserving the ruin point is enough for us to win. So the ruin and the field, and then we're hoping to... Yeah, Mejuto actually has the scoreboard lead. How far ahead are we? Are we even ahead? It's not clear exactly. So that's why it's a very difficult turn, actually. So my gut instinct tells me to prioritize the block in most positions, just because it's so many points. But then with only 2 tiles remaining, maybe we're going to have more chances to block the square, and creating this threat could be quite nice. It also needs to be remembered that red has this ginormous threat here for finishing his city. And so by going over here, maybe we can even allow red to connect to our ruin. But if we complete this city over here on the left with the starting tile, let's say, we deny red this city, we get 14 points in a meeple back. We actually get to score 6 points extra for both of these farmers. And that's why he decides to go for this blocking idea. Not for the blocking idea, but for the city idea. Mejuto trying to delay that city at all costs. And it works for now because this extender tile cannot be added to the city. In fact, Carapayun does not have any productive moves for what I can see. I'm not sure if you can recommend anything, Marian. Maybe some sort of spatial move, how to shape the board in a slightly favorable way.
Yeah, I don't know. I just throw it away. Oh, and Mejuto manages to connect right now.
He does manage just before... Yeah. No, actually, no. He just manages to connect. Yeah, so that's the price that he has to pay. But I think, yeah, if Carapayun just simply bets his game on the starting tile, he is going to go over here and finish his city. And this possibly could be enough.
Well, I'm not sure. I think red's quite ahead. Even if the field, even if the city completed.
So let's say 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So the city is, yeah, the city is 14. The fields will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only. So 18 points only. No, 21 points, because that city would be counted twice. So it's 14 plus 21, 35. So this would put Carcassonne up 15. But red has 3 monasteries, which score 20 something. And the ruin. Yeah, red's still going to be ahead. So actually, I think what needed to happen there is not the block. I think the decision of red was green was still correct. So he had to threaten the completion of his city, and then he also needed to hope that he would successfully block.
Yeah, I think that was the reasoning.
Yeah, so red just keeps building up his monastery. This gives back some quick point opportunities for Carcassonne, really not that consequential as to which orientation he chooses. He faces the field side up, takes the 4 points for the road, and Fernando successfully blocks the city, so it's not even going to be completed. And I have a feeling that red's gonna draw the starting tile. Red's gonna draw the starting tile and win this like plus 50. So I presume that he's just gonna go for the straight line, take a couple of points. 7-pointer here for Carcassonne's definitely gonna help, scoring 4 points for the city cap and 3 for the fields, whilst conceding 1 monastery point to red, so actually a plus 6 move. I'm pretty sure 2 minutes are more than enough to figure out this endgame. And we know that 1 tile is the starting tile, so I'm not sure what the other is. Well, Carcassonne does get the starting tile. He needs to find his strongest move, which is, actually, I don't even know. 4 points for the road on the left, right?
Points, yeah. Or closing a city in the right.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, actually this move is a bit unpleasant because what this move did... Oh, no, this was an awesome move because it was actually a plus 9 move, because this city, this here city was not part of the big field earlier, and now it is. So yeah, by connecting all the field, he actually gets to capitalize on here. A curvy tile for Mejuto, who's going to prolong his road and enjoy a victory of... a boatload of points, really. So what is that? Around 10, 12, something like this? No, more.
I calculated a lot more, like 20 plus or so.
Yeah, because in our calculations, we were assuming that green would successfully complete his city on the left, which he didn't.
Yeah.
So the shared monstrous ruin is going to score around 20 points. Oh no, just 15. And the big field is not that big, actually. It's 18 points. So this big field equals 2 monasteries. It's actually very instructive that Mejuto didn't go for the field where I might have been tempted to. He decided that he can go for the imbalance, that the field is still manageable, and yeah, and actually 10 points. 10 points is the victory. 10, yeah. So no, I was correct after all. So yeah, a very well played game by both players, but I have to say that Mejuto was like a little bit more precise in these smaller moments and also exerted some nice time pressure on Carcassonne. So Brazil gets themselves their first little point. And let's jump in straight to the second game, where Carcassonne is going to be the starting player. We can see already a city meeple in the center. Mejuto goes for the blocking attempt, which actually I don't like. I mean, it's a reasonable move, but I really like going here downstairs just because it creates the opportunity for your opponent to discard a monastery tile. And when you're the second player, discarded tiles can really benefit you because it changes who the player to place the last tile is going to be. But this move also makes sense, trying to break Green City, trap a meeple very early on. Green's unperturbed, he even doubles down on the critical square, starts a road. Now this is of course mildly sensitive. From Mijuto we're going to see this move probably, trying to put pressure on both of these squares. Maybe going over here, that's a little bit weaker. This is also okay, but actually this is definitely weaker because he's only playing against one meeple really, now that he's trying to connect to this green road. Yeah, so the block is successfully continued. Now there are only 3 tiles that fit into that square. We know for sure that this sort of stuff worked very well against red in the previous game, as red did not succeed to draw a starting tile to finish his city. But green, with the first monastery, an excellent placement for 3 points and also supporting all of these squares. So this monastery is going to be developed rapidly. And now, yeah, what does green do here actually with this horsey tile? Because you can't really go here because this would expose this square. Or can you? Yeah, that's interesting, Marian. Are you okay with this green meeple getting trapped? Or do you still try and complete that city?
Well, I think the city is difficult to complete, right? It will. I would be, let's say, satisfied with a ruin of 10 plus points, and of course connecting the roads, not to be left out to block the meeples.
Yeah, that's also another risk, is like if Mijuto gets a crossroads, then 2 meeples trapped is really not ideal. Okay, but let's say if we do go here, how exactly do we turn this tile? So he chooses to not go here, instead he goes for... oh no. So I like this move, but if he's gonna do something like this, he has to go for the road. Like, you really don't want to expose this here square. And Mijuto now trying to go really aggressively against this here square. The side effect, of course, is that he helps this city a lot and this monastery a lot, creates a second monastery spot over here, so not sure if that was worth it. Oh, no! I think now we see a big mistake from Fernando here. So he tries to go for the city attack at the bottom, which of course makes a lot of sense in a vacuum, but this allows Carapayun an excellent defense. If red just goes over here, he will be able to restrict this square towards a dagger, which will make this square unblockable. So that's a type of defense that allows you to block the square which your opponent is going to block. Yeah, and then that's really it. This square is now completely secured. He even draws the starting tile right now, and now suddenly this city is not that hard to complete. So this is going south for Mijuto very fast as a result of a couple of exceedingly hasty moves, perhaps. Still is not over, but the position of green is just absolutely fantastic. Mijuto, though, gets the first on the scoreboard, gets the 3 points on the left.
And also the road takes a new shape, right? For green.
What about the road for green, sorry?
Takes a new shape. I mean, it's it can be completed alone and will be a lot more points worth, right?
Oh, yeah. So actually, green is probably looking forward to do something like this with a curve, or even just go here with a crossroads straight up. Carapayun's now trying to block Mijuto, so the blocker becomes the blockee.
Yeah.
So Carapayun is now getting his meeple attacked on the left. Mejuto keeps scoring points. Still 3 tiles that go here, so this meeple is not trapped. But what the Argentinian has going well for him is that he can just simply go here, and in addition to creating the threat against the square, he simply gets to build up his monastery. Also, Green's meeple here is doing really, really well. Yeah, so Green's trying to defend. Mejuto does not get himself a chance to actually attack this, to defend the square properly, but the Argentinian doesn't get an attacking tile, but he gets an even better tile. That's a crossroad that he can use over here to separate the 2 roads and also put a lot of pressure on this road meeple. It's actually very, very close to trapped. All the 3 horse tiles have gone out. So if he does something like this, plus then gets a Dorito, then this red meeple is going to be trapped with 2 points. So despite the fact that Green has 0 points and Mejuto has 7, and Green has 2 fewer meeples in hand, it looks bad, but in fact, Green's position and winning chances are absolutely fantastic here. So in the meantime, while he decides, he goes for this separation, which also makes some sense. And he will successfully do something with that's a nice city cap for sure for red, which would fit over here pretty well for, but Green's the one who has it. Green's probably going to go over here to finish his city. There's also a case to be made for going here. Not really, though. Here's also an option, but that would be way, way, way too hasty. So you actually want to leave those squares alone. You want to wait for a couple of Doritos with so many Doritos still in the deck. The move is definitely to go over here, and it is a bit alarming that Karopayun's thinking about this, so he might be thinking about something else. Marian, any ideas for Green here other than the obvious move?
Yeah, I think he's thinking about placing this tile near to his monastery in order to put some pressure, but I think this is the right move. I mean, the meeple is saved now. He needed a meeple back quickly. Also, I think I'd city cap with crossroad. I think I would have placed it directly to separate the roads and to say try to block the red meeple on the road completely with any triangle or city cap of field in the right. Okay, so
red gets a monastery tile. Excellent move here, meepling this spot, controlling both the monastery and the city, and actually putting some real pressure on this city. Karopayun now cannot really go here. And he's now actually getting some trouble. So Mejuto managing to avoid a disaster, at least for now, but Karopayun is going to block Mejuto's meeple at the very least. So it's going to be trade 1-for-1, 1 blocked red meeple against... Look at this, red is being greedy. Red did not block that square. And he's going to pay for it so hard.
Yeah, I mean... 75%.
I know.
Worth it.
I understand him if he thought like, ooh, this move, it's so good. It gives me the excellent chances of completing this city, and then maybe this I can block later. But there is going to be no later, so that's actually a giant blunder by Fernando. And just trying to be overly efficient here with his tiles. No, like if you can block your meeple with 100% chance, you block it. You're not going to get any additional chances. And now this position is great for Green again. So we're just having ourselves this roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I think it was an automatic move. When you have a city cap and you draw the shielded extender, you think automatically to score more points for that city. But yeah, I think the safest move would have been to block the city with the expense of 2 points lost or given to the opponent.
Yeah. Well, you also, I guess, like give up some meeple safety over here because this was a relatively sensitive square, and you also do get some compensation. And it's not like it's a lost position or everything. So first of all, there's still a 25% chance that Mijuto is going to draw both daggers. And also, I'm kind of feeling that it's more than 25%. I'm feeling that it's going to happen. Also, Mijuto is now getting this monastery and a lot of compensation. But let's say, even if Carapayun gets the dagger. So Mijuto, at least until now, had a bit of a scoreboard lead. Also, another thing that Mijuto has is the advantage on this ruin on the left against this ruin at the bottom. And if only he can score a little bit, and then most importantly, be the first one to drop an anticipation farmer in this here soon to become 12-point field, then his position is completely playable, even if this dagger comes to green, as long as it comes late enough in the game.
Yep.
Carapayun now with a scoring tile and so many options. So what do you do here? Do you score 3 points over here? Do you score 2 points and maybe block a little bit this here square next to Red's monastery? Do you just calmly get yourself a meeple back, which is a bit inefficient but safe? Or do you maybe go here and separate the roads, which actually not necessarily benefits you? So he goes for the blocking routes, which you seem to approve, Marian.
Yeah. Okay, now we have the farmer.
Mijuto the first one to block a farmer. So let's see if Carapayun now makes the same mistake. So it's super tempting to, of course, go and take 3 points somewhere. But I think at this point you really have to go and block Mijuto's monastery, because there's still 2 daggers that fit into the square. So the tile that red needs for this square is the same tile that green needs for this square. So it is quite possible that actually the most likely outcome is that both players are going to draw a dagger each. So it is imperative that green go here, and so green also, being greedy, does not want to block the square yet. And look at this, Mijuto now is going to defend, and Mijuto now defends. Mijuto gets a curve, and now he defends his monastery, and this position is so much better now for red. Well, he's not in a hurry to defend, which worries me a little bit. So then again, a question, is there anything else that you might have in mind, Marian?
Not really. If only one meeple left, I don't know. I think the defense, it's yeah, it's the only move. Yeah. Oh, okay. And we have the
yeah. So Carapayun, the first one to get the dagger, and most importantly, he gets there and manages to get a farmer. So this could be very interesting. A boatload of points here for green. Red, though, still has a chance to draw his dagger here, but this tile for red is actually not very good. It's a scoring tile that allows him to take 3 points, but he cannot meeple a field with this tile, and that's a big problem, because Carapayun now, what he's gonna do, I think he's gonna drop a farmer somewhere to try and reconquer this big field. So maybe just going here and trying to connect through this dagger to this 9-point field of red, or through here. What else could he do? He could even go here, actually, and try and connect to this field through the crossroad or something. He could also wait another turn and do something else. So it's a very interesting problem in field geometry here. Do you drop a farmer now, Marian, or do you wait for a better tile to do this?
I would drop it exactly there, yeah. Because his own field could expand, right? And if he draws the other dagger, it's right for his road. Do not forget the part. So yeah, exactly. Let's see.
Yeah, very interesting. So Carapayun, I think the best move is just to go here, take the points for the road, also set up an opportunity to draw crossroads and give yourself a meeple back. It's also tempting for him to go over here and unite all the... well, yeah, it's actually not obvious, really. It's tempting for him to go over here and unite all the fields, but this would also give Mijuto a meeple back and maybe a chance for red to go here and drop a farmer like this, then get a curve, another curve, and actually win this field outright despite having a meeple minority, just because the geometry of the field is such, there's really only one more chance to realistically invade the field. That's over here. As soon as that's covered, then that's it. There are no more realistic invasions. Carapayun's already ahead 23 points. So that's the question here. Do you just go here, or do you go here instead? What do you think, Marian?
Yeah, I would place it for, at my road. And considering the advantages on the scoring board, I think it's safe to say that green doesn't need a field. I think he... I mean, there are other two fields, right? For 6 points. And he has plenty of meeples left. So, yeah, I would just place it on my road and yeah, wait to see more scoring opportunities. Because now red has all the meeples blocked except for one. And yeah, he needs to be very careful with that. And green also has the let's say option to attack the ruin, the red's ruin. It's 10, 11 points right now if he chooses to.
Yeah, but
There's
instead,
a dagger there, but no.
so instead he
okay.
goes for the riskier move, connecting all the field, but then giving Mejuto that chance. And I think your move, no, Fernando, no! Oh no, no. Yeah, I think it's like he's trying to, doesn't work. So the thing is, like, with this 6 field, it just doesn't do anything for red's winning chances, because red has a plan here. Red needs to get himself a city tile and go here and fight for the big field and take advantage of that geometry. But now, well, he has only one meeple for the rest of the game, and this field can develop a little bit, but really not by much. Also, Carapayun now is not in a hurry to attack the field on the left. I wonder why. Instead, he goes for a new city over here. Mejuto gets himself a monastery. Maybe now hoping to get... Imagine if he gets like multiple road tiles to go over here and get this farmer into the field. I'm not sure if it's impossible, actually. There's still plenty of curves remaining.
Yeah.
So green's now probably looking to continue his city. He's also trying to threaten the greatest threat in Carcassonne, finishing his city and dropping a farmer. Mejuto now will presumably block the city or impede the city in some shape or form. Maybe going over here with a road sticking into this. That looks like a good move, actually, because I think that would be a complete block. No, that wouldn't, because there's still a starting tile remaining. So maybe going over here, setting up a 4-point loop, hoping to get the next 2 curves, and also making it almost impossible for the city to continue, given the low number of triangle city tiles remaining. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, there's 0 Dorito tiles remaining, so that's an imprecision. Actually, no, I think it's decent.
There is still the
splitter,
right?
yeah. There is the splitter. And then he will be looking...
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. At least it's preventing green to, like you said, to finish the city with a farmer, with tempo.
All right. So Carapayun now has a scoring tile. He can decide if he wants to attack this ruin on the left. Personally, I wouldn't, given that there are no Dorito tiles. In fact, the only tile to connect would be the one remaining triple city tile, so that wouldn't be very wise. Yeah. But he could just go over here, exert further pressure on this road meeple, then get a couple of points for his little city over here, just cruise towards victory. So whilst he decides about the exact orientation of this tile, let's just catch up on the chat real quick. Hi Devaka, hi Victor, hi Hudson, hi Sparkle Horsey, hi Daniel. Hudson is saying that it is unfortunate that there's no automatic translation for streams, mas se você assistir a transmissão mais uma vez algumas horas depois, eu posso te garantir que o YouTube tem as lendas automáticas de uma qualidade muito boa. So they're very good automatic subtitles, but of course they're not available live. They're only available if you watch the recording of the stream. So 2 points are indeed the move. Majura's trying to develop his field on the left. Very wise. Carapayun just takes the 4 points for the road, even though it allows Mijuto to enter the field. The big field is currently worth 15 points for 5 completed cities. There are 2 meeples per side on it. 3-pointer for Mijuto for the road at the bottom. And minus 16 splitter tile for Carapayun. So very prescient of Mijuto to not block the way that I suggested. Green starts a new field at the bottom. Mijuto cleans off a city cap for net 1 point, 4 for the city, but 3 for his opponent's fields. Carapayun gets 1 more scoring tile to get himself maybe a point for his city on the left. Or maybe going over here, which wouldn't really accomplish much. So let's see what he does here.
Yeah, now we saw the little imprecision from Mijuto for placing that vanilla cap on that exact position of his field. It should have been slightly on the left.
I wouldn't even say a lot to the left, no? Like 2 spaces. So that would be like completely outwards.
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think it wasn't an imprecision. I think he knew exactly what he was doing because he figured that he was so far behind that he needed both city caps. He wanted to first draw the splitter to take points, and then this would expose the second city cap from the splitter so that he could then use the starting tile and score points as well, and so that both of the city caps would be in this field. So I actually think this was planned.
Oh, okay. That might have worked as well.
Actually, I mean, how far behind is Mijuto? Because he has this ruin here on the left. Like, that's something. And are there vanilla caps? Yes, there's still a vanilla city cap, actually, that he could draw. So maybe if Mijuto gets a vanilla city cap, he gets to score 7. I mean, he has a ruin on the left. Like, it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be closer than we expected.
I didn't quite understand the Green's move with that triple city. Instead of scoring 1 point to his ruin,
maybe nerves.
He chose to prevent somehow an attack on the field, but it was blockable.
I believe he was thinking that he was preventing an attack on the field. Well, Mijuto can invade the fields at the bottom, actually. He can hope for the last... Oh, wait, there are no vanilla city caps, Are there monasteries? Yes, there are. There are 2 monasteries, actually. Huh. Isn't that fun?
Yep.
So I think it's quite an easy decision for red here. Just going at the bottom and hoping for a 66% chance to invade here. Yeah, of course, he realizes this. His endgame is strong enough. So from Carapayun, it might be actually a good move to help red with the invasion, just to take advantage of that 7-point monastery spot.
Yeah. Agree. So it's +1 move in the end.
Yeah, so it'll be quite instructive. So even though you're helping your opponent to invade, from your perspective, the invasion is kind of inevitable, so you just might as well get something out of it. And you're probably going to score 8 points, because you get 7 points for that monastery, plus if you draw 1 more tile. But then, if you draw the monastery, then you kind of look silly, right? Because you've just helped your opponent for nothing.
Yeah, I think it's a curve left. Well, oh, it's a curve left.
Yeah,
How
it's
about how about reattacking the field in
yes, loving
left,
that.
the right?
Going over here and dropping a farmer, and then if red gets an invasion, then we get an invasion. Beautiful. And he finds it. The best
Nice.
endgame move from both players. Yeah, and then both players just connect everything. Beautiful, beautiful decision here. So we're headed in for a decider, which I suggest that we just continue watching. 2 minutes is the break that the players are taking. Also, thank you, Daniel Ayala, for confirming that the first match has concluded. In also Group A, Mexico has won 3-1 against Guatemala. Oh wait, so actually it hasn't been concluded, so it could be still 3-2. But we know the victor and Mexico is ahead in this tournament. Now, 11 points is the difference. So actually it's not even that big. Like, I could imagine a scenario where Mejuta wins. You know, if Mejuta maybe gets a couple more city caps through his field on the left, maybe if Mejuto somehow connects over here. So the creation of this big field, of course, very risky, but it ended up paying off.
Yep. In the meantime, we can check the other results.
Yeah, so I will mark that Mexico is currently ahead 3-1. Oh, you probably mean the results of this, of other duels in this
encounter,
match.
yeah.
So, Jose Edson has won with 1 point in his first game against Hernan Badenes. HR Knight Realm is yet to start. Wait, did I get the lineups wrong? What's that about? Maybe I need to refresh this. Yes, of course. So Big Nacho predictably won the first game as the strongest Argentinian player at the moment. How's Besson doing? With a solid rating of 600. Almost a master. I think his peak is 697 or something like this. Besson, yeah, has already won actually 2-0 against Nico 95. So Brazil gets their first match point.
I think I remember Besson being a master at some point. I know that he was on the limit and he struggled for a few matches, but in the end he manages to exceed 700 threshold.
I think I would have remembered that because there was this. There was this in August. He had this run where he like went to 690 something, and of course, instead of stopping to play, which you're supposed to be like disciplined, like when you're tired, he then played a game and like lost 20 rating points and made a bunch of mistakes. Okay, so Lord Trooper, that's Leonel Munoz, has won against Kelvin Gabriel, who's the youngest player in the Brazil's lineup, also from the Young Talent Project. So Brazil 1, Argentina 1. This is actually getting really close, but now back to Mejuto, which could possibly decide the fate of the entire match, which would actually... where's that? Where's he? Okay, let's go here. Let's keep opening tabs. Oh, hi, Besson. Wait, so did you actually cross? How did I miss? Did I actually miss you crossing the 700 threshold?
I think it was a couple of days later with that, let's say, attempt. After that attempt.
But like,
but now, yeah, he...
I feel like I would have noticed it because, like, whenever somebody makes Master in the Brazilian Carcassonne community, it's like it's such a notable event that there will be like a big celebration or something. Oh, you did? Okay, well, I guess very, very belated congratulations. How did I possibly miss that? I feel bad. Sorry about that. And also congratulations on your convincing win against Nico. So, Karo Payun is not the starting player, Merjuto is the starting player, which certainly is going to help him, but what's going to help the play with the green meeples is that he has scored 8 points for a city, but red is striking back, looking to block green's monastery, but green gets a fantastic tile. Very easy decision. The move here is, of course, is to go here. No!
What? No.
No! You gotta be kidding me. So, okay, both players exchange egregious blunders. Green had a chance to go over here, place a meeple, and with a 75% chance, take himself a 14-point city with one of the 3 remaining cow tiles. Moreover, this move was absolutely necessary because he needed to save his monastery. Merjuto, on the other hand, could have done the same or even better. He could have gone over here and blocked 2 meeples of green, just this 1-pointer together with green's monastery. Instead, green draws a curve, manages to save his monastery, at least for now. He will be sharing his city. He will not be scoring the 14 points completely, but at least he preserved the chance to get himself a meeple back. Now, it's much harder now that Fernando's placed the tile over here. But I'm so surprised, for these players, it's a very, very serious mistake. Anyway, maybe nerves, maybe tiredness, who knows? So
yeah, they also played pretty fast, those moves. I mean, it's like they were just waiting for those tiles to do something else.
I've certainly noticed a negative correlation in this match, in this duel, between the speed of the move and the quality of the move, for sure. Maybe the exception was the first game, where actually I think Merjuto managed to put some good time pressure against his opponent. So, what are we having? Finally, Merjuto decides to block something. And, it does require some discipline. He did sacrifice a couple of points, and at the very least, he will be blocking his monastery. So, all is well. Now, green will be regretting, of course, not invading over here earlier. Green, the first to drop the farmer. Merjuto immediately invades. Green has 2 monasteries at the top, and with that, decent chances in this game. But Merjuto gets himself a meeple back. And a great meeple advantage for the Brazilian player. Caro Payun, though, with a timely dagger to get himself a meeple back at the bottom, restore the scoreboard lead, still has 2 meeples to play with, and excellent chances of completing these monasteries. Merjuto keeps scoring, munching on those quick points, retaking the psychological advantage of the scoreboard lead. Caro Payun with a city cap tile. What does he do? Does he start a new city somewhere? Or maybe do we just go here and drop it? Yeah, that's also an option. Starting a new city pointing outwards. Maybe I would have liked to do something like this, kind of just trying to build next to my monastery. So Merjuto now starting a 4-point road, slightly obstructing the square, and now the Argentina needs to make a decision. So the move is here, probably. But then, do we meeple this monastery or do we not? I think we do. He decided against this. Oh, you agree, Marian?
Yeah. Yes, because green has a lot of tiles which free the a meeple.
Yeah, 7 straight lines actually. 7 straight lines. And also another reason why I really liked meepling here with the monastery is because it actually makes blocking harder. So now, as the situation is, Merjuto can get himself a straight line and do something like this. And then try to put pressure against both of these squares. Yeah, we can see that Caro Payun now is going to get himself a meeple back, so he wishes he would have meepled this monastery. Merjuto, in the meantime, continues a monastery off his own. Caro Payun was trying to block it, but he's not going to be successful. Now the Argentina has a variety of interesting options. So maybe just going here, putting additional pressure on this square, or here rather on the left looks really strong. Yeah, he does obstruct the road of red. Red continues the city at the top and now drops yet another farmer. This is starting to look really, really good for red. Carcassonne with the tile, which he cannot really do much. Or can he? So, as green here, Marian, do you want to go on the left and maybe try and block this meeple? Or do you want to prioritize this here field connection, maybe try to block that farmer?
I think I would prioritize the blocking the meeple on the left as well, because on the right it's also green's monastery, right? You want to place that extender in the right. It would yeah, also affect green's monastery. Oh, and now a good
Yeah, that's
tile
rough.
for reds.
Really, really rough. And also Majuro gets one of his outs. So now there's only one tile here that's fit for Carcassonne, but the Argentinian now can go here and almost block this square. There's still 2 daggers remaining, but certainly it will be an annoying move to play here. He could just also finish his road, maybe even start a new city or something. So do you here prioritize scoring or blocking, Marian?
I think blocking, right? I mean, okay, 2 daggers, but comparing to how many other daggers are...
Block the farmer.
Oh.
And then the city was, of course, immediately completed. So yeah, rough.
Yeah, especially when the city was on his, let's say, farmer, which he tried to block.
Yeah, and you know what else? I'm kind of feeling that this farmer is invading regardless. I'm feeling that Mijuto is going to draw himself the starting tile to fit into this square. And even if he doesn't, this farmer is actually still okay. He can draw a city cap to develop a little field on his right. And also the main field is not that big. It's not like Mijuto really needs it. All he needs to do is just to not allow Carcassonne score any big features. Well, eventually I guess a Dorito with a road will be drawn by green to go over here and get himself some city points. Another thing that could happen still, green can get a city cap here and the last remaining horse tile. So this city is still alive.
Alive, yeah.
And actually that would probably be enough for him to retake the advantage. But the big question is here, what do you do with this dagger, Marian? Do you try just drop it in your field? Or do you maybe make a blocking attempt over here? Potentially with a second farmer even? Or is it a bit too early to drop too many farmers like this? What do you think?
No, I think that the farmer is okay. Especially if it prevents red completing the city with tempo. And also, with the vanilla cap, he would have, let's say, save his seat and, let's say, defend against an invasion. No, just in time, but red has, other
red
options.
has value for the tile. And actually, this farm isn't even blocked. So let's say, even if the square is blocked, red can actually sneak all the way through here and connect over here. Because we assume, from green's perspective, that him finishing this city is possibly a necessary condition for victory. If that happens, then there's going to be a tile placed over here, and this will make the possibility of all the fields connecting that way. But a fantastic tile for green. He gets himself a dagger tile to score for the monastery, score for the city, retake the lead, which is short-lived as Mijuto finishes his monastery at the bottom and scores 4 points for the road, but the price was paid. Red now successfully connected the field, his field meeple, through the monastery. Mijuto now also gets the starting tile, and I think it's going to be all she wrote. Brazil is going to take down this match. I really don't see what poor Carapayun can do about this. Maybe going over here, probably going to farm, right? Because the red has the majority on the field.
He can also reinvade.
You mean right? You mean
bottom,
red can
to the top.
or green?
No, green.
Yeah, that would make sense. But then also maybe like red can go here and reinvade like this. Not right now. Mejuto gets himself a city cap, which...
Yeah, the last vanilla cap.
Oh, is that the last vanilla city cap?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last vanilla city cap, so now this city is officially dead. Unless Mejuto for some reason chooses to place it over here. No, he does not. He's not going to help his opponents. He just simply starts a new city with the intention of completing it and dropping yet one more farm. Of course, parity on the field will be more than enough for Mejuto to equalize, but he wants to take it all.
Yeah, it was, I think, the second to last city cap.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think red needed to start another city. Knowing that there are very few city caps left. But let's see. Now yeah, I don't think red needs to reinvade the field. I think he can easily focus for scoring points.
So, is there a way for green to somehow reinvade and then reinvade the field?
I think so, yeah. With a straight line on the right, and then with a curve. Hoping that let's say red doesn't draw a defending tile, but it's pretty difficult. So this is the connection, and okay. I think the attacking is still possible, right? I mean, it's the only option for green to win.
Yeah, now that green has caught up on the scoreboard a little bit by finishing their city on the left, they're within striking range. So, what's the value of the field? I think it should be around 30. So Mejuto decides to drop a ninja farmer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is actually a very good move because it is unblockable. There are no crossroads remaining, so something like this is not possible. But how many curves are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only one? Oh yes, only one, yeah. There's also, of course, the Dorito, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense to do that. So apologies for the disruption, but we're here still to witness a decisive moment. So Mejuto has connected to the field, unlike Carapayun.
Hi again.
Hi again. Yeah, so we're still here for the decisive events. And I don't think green has enough time to drop a farmer because he needed to draw something here and then connect. Now there's just simply not enough tiles to do anything, so he just takes a ruin. He's going to equalize the field.
Oh,
and the last straight line has been drawn by Mejuto, so Carapayun will not even connect.
And the curve.
And the curve.
Okay.
And he also gets himself a longer road as a result. Wow. Yeah, an extremely unfortunate turn of events for Carapayun. I think Mejuto would have still had it, although I'm not sure at this point, because Carapayun did have a 7-point monastery and a ruin.
Yeah, but look at the road Judo had.
So let's see what the points
9
are before
points.
the fields. Mijuta would have still had it. So Mijuta was 4 points ahead. And if Karapayun were to equalize the fields, then Mijuta would have scored even more because he would have gotten himself the shielded Dorito for his city. So yeah, there was just no way.
Oh yeah, it was 100% win. Yeah, but yeah, nice attempt. A nice winning move by the last farmer from Mejuto. It was a calculated risk.
So Brazil gets their
Okay,
second
so
match point. Let's
2-1.
see if they can get themselves the third or not. So Edson did win against Hernan Badenes. And let's see if they manage to achieve it one more time. Also, how's Nacho doing? I have a suspicion that Nacho won the second game, given that he's in the chat.
I think you won, yeah. Yeah, I think you won by 2-0.
Wait. My board game arena is being very slow at the moment. So it's gonna take a few seconds. Huh.
Okay, and I think we have the final result.
So Edson won again and Nacho won again. Yep.
Yeah, and 3-2 for Brazil. Congrats.
And very close encounter
Yeah,
as we expected. So we picked the right table to watch. It was indeed Mejuto and Carapayun that decided everything. And yeah, congratulations to Brazil. So their chances to qualify now look very, very good. They just really need to win one more game to almost guarantee, one more match to almost guarantee it. So it will be a while before we watch next Brazil game, because the plan is that at 1800 UTC, that's 45 minutes from now, we're going to be watching Group B. But before that, let's actually have a look if there's any Group B matches still going on. So who's playing now? I think it is Chile versus Colombia. Same.
I thought Mingo is still playing, but she won 2-0, so congrats. I know she likes to take her time to think about the best moves. Okay, what else we have?
So Karki won, Mingo won. There's still a game going on in Uruguay versus United States. Oh, so actually we have at least a dual one for Uruguay. So Berna UI won against Zach Bell, 2-0.
Yeah.
So Justin Ethier of the United States won against Lolinho 1-9. The Alchemists lost against Mingo. Mingo won 2-0, and Karki won against Fuchin 8-6. So the United States have won 3 duels already, so United States will be winning, but there's still a game going on, BDDL versus Coney. Maybe we can take a peek at that.
Is that Kwani now plays with another player? I don't know what happened there.
Maybe they finished?
I see it's only 1-0
Yeah.
for the Uruguayan player.
Maybe that was a forfeit or something, I'm not sure. Oh dear. There's also a new player from the United States. They weren't on the team last year.
So do we have the game ended between Colombia and Chile? Or do you
Actually, no, I
still
didn't
have
check the results, so
more
they're
games
not
to
they're not in
watch?
Discord yet. Yeah, so
Okay.
so I guess there was like a technical loss for Coney. I'm not sure why exactly, but but the final result for that match is that USA 3, Uruguay 2. So this is all we need to know. So basically there are no more games left to watch. So how about Chile versus Colombia? Is it still going?
I think it's finished. Or
Oh, so thank you for confirming, Elias, that an American player just didn't show up in time, and that was in fact a technical defeat for them in the second game.
okay. Vanera is still playing. If you want
Okay.
to
Do we know the overall score
watch.
though? Anyway, let's watch the Carcassonne first, and the score we're going to find out. I'm going to presume that this is some sort of decider, right? And 4 tiles remaining in a game between Vaineria and Cinta Purpura of Colombia, and it looks very, very one-sided as Vaineria is, who is also Jorge Maya, the 2023 gold medalist of the Mind Sports Olympiad. He's ahead 44 points against the Colombian player with whom I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I think this is the second game. Vanera won it the first one by 1 point. So yeah, you can say it's
so that's the second game, not the third?
Yeah.
They have really been playing for this long. I admire the dedication for sure. Well, since it was last points, it does make sense why it took such a long time. 1 more point extra will be added for Tinte here. And you know what? They're going to be getting at something. Actually, wait a second. So the Colombian player has the majority on this like 20-point ruin. They also have this long road, and they also have a big field that belongs to them, which I don't think is quite enough, but it's going to be close, because this field here with 3 green farmers is against 2 red farmers only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18 points. It's not going to be enough, but it's actually going to be much closer than they expected. So it was probably an interesting game. Although Vainira is saying buenas partidas plural, presuming that the games are in fact over. So let's see what the score is. 18 points for the farm and 6 points extra for the farm on the left. 19 points is the difference, which is not that huge, but it is enough. So now I'm going to just find out what is the match score for Chile.
Well, I'm not sure it's for Chile, right?
Yeah, my board green is just very slow, so it's gonna take a few minutes to find
Oh,
out.
I think, yeah, I think Colombia won by 3-2.
Colombia?
Mm-hmm.
And do you have info on who were the winning players?
The odd positions for Colombia, so X4 UR, Titan D, and Tramcut, I think. They won their duels.
Titan D against Claudio Jorquera certainly may be a little bit of an upset, Claudio. Probably the third strongest player in Chile at the moment. So anyway, congratulations to Colombia, Mexico, USA, and Brazil. We will be back in about 30 minutes with a Group B match that is going to be either Chile, Uruguay, or USA, Colombia. And actually, I'll probably be inclined USA, Colombia to look at the match of the victors. And Chile we might watch in round 3, something like this. So we're going to be taking a break now.
Mm-hmm.
And just make sure to tune in back, before 1800 UTC. That's when the next round is starting. I wish good things to you who is still watching this. I am still Alexey and we're still covering the 2025 Copa America. So in just about 20 something hours we're going to find out the strongest team in the Western Hemisphere. Round 1 has already concluded. You can't really see any results on the screen, but you can just watch the previous 2 hours of the stream if you want to find this out. We're now in round 2 of the group stage, and as I promised, this round we will be focusing on Group B, which consists of Colombia, Chile, USA, and Uruguay. Chile narrowly defeated Colombia 3-2. USA narrowly defeated Uruguay 3-2. And I'll be trying to cover both matches of this group, but primarily we will be focusing on USA versus Colombia, and Chile, Uruguay was going to be running a little bit in the background, although I am hoping to catch a glimpse of that. Now, as you can see, Colombia had a slightly worse loss compared to Uruguay, so for Colombia it is really, really important to not lose this one. And they have all the chances against the United States. So for the United States, on table 1 we have DKL 116, that David Lee, if I'm not mistaken, playing against a newer player, at least a player that I'm not that well familiar with, Aldurin. Here, David should have their advantage. They have a peak rating of over 600 and they have a really solid grasp. They have really good nerves, so I would expect them to prevail on table 1. On table 2, that is the table which is most interesting. I'm really not sure who's better there. Both players rated in their mid 500s. Justin Ethier have been around the block for a couple of years, so has El Talavan, and I would expect this to be a complete coin toss. On table 3, the team captain Kerry Alley with the screen name Mingo should be definitely more experienced than the Colombian player with screen name Y Julio. In fact, I'm not that very well familiar with them, so Mingo is around 100 point rated higher than them. And on table 4 and 5, anything could happen. So table 4 is Karki playing against, well, definitely one of the big 3 Colombian players, playing against the player with the screen name Pechitos. Karki's higher rated, but I would also expect this match to be 50-50. So even though the American is higher rated, Pechito has the advantage that has played more international tournaments, is played in the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship several times. He has also been the subject of one of the most important videos I made, actually. That was a couple of years ago, so be sure to check that one out. I don't remember what the title even was, but I covered a game against him, me playing against him, like in real detail. And table 5, also coin toss, maybe even slight favorite would be the Colombian player with the screen name Salva 3 and a bunch of numbers playing against Ali Nasiri with the screen name Ali U. So we're starting in 1 minute. I'll be focusing on table 2 for starters. After that, if you want to watch a different duel, do let me know in the chat, or if you're really keen on switching to the other match, which is Uruguay against Chile, do let me know. Now, Chile should be the favorite against Uruguay, not just because Chile is the reigning vice champion, but also because I saw the particular lineups, like the way the players are distributed, are not necessarily the most favorable way for Uruguay. But it is not impossible. It is not impossible. So we're probably looking for wins for Fuchin 8-6 and the Alchemists. That will be on tables 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken, if Uruguay wants to deliver an upset. So I will be watching those in the background as well. Alrighty. So away we go. El Talavan playing against Justin Ether. Justin Ether a bit higher rated actually at the moment. And he's playing with the red meeples and gets himself the starting player advantage. El Taliban, with the blue meeples, has a pretty easy move of starting a new city. Justin, now with a bit of a trickier decision, looking to continue their city, of course. There are several ways of doing this. The one I like the most is this one over here. That would create a threat of a lip-shaped city, which in the opening with the right sequence of tiles can finish surprisingly fast. There's some other options available, like this is actually not crazy, even though this square is slightly vulnerable. This is also sort of kind of possible if he meeple the road. Yeah, so he does this actually, does not meeple the road just yet. This move also makes sense. So it makes it a little bit harder to invade because there's now only one invading platform, but the downside for red is that this city takes a bit more tiles to complete. Still, the game is young, it's now completely doable. Justin now is going to go over here, meeple this road, and this city is now covered up. It's now not possible to invade, and so red will be very slowly, when he can, adding tile by tile, step by step, looking to, at the very least, if not finish that city, but at least create some threats of completing it, and maybe making blue allow some positional concessions. That's not really what happened here. Red just continues his road. Blue immediately gets a platform to invade that city with a rather cheap tile. So that is quite fortunate for blue, who also now finishes a city for 8 points. So looking very good for the Colombian. 7 points with no compensation is quite the advantage. Justin now chooses to not start a road. That's actually quite interesting. So the purpose of this move is to set up an unlikely but not impossible blocking sequence. If red gets a splitter tile to split those both cities, which now is not going to happen, but if that were to happen, then red then later can go over here with Dorito, block that square, block this blue guy, get the splitter, finish his city on his own. Now not going to happen, as blue successfully invaded the city of red, and all is now connected. Interesting move from red here. So red chose to not invade this city with the city cap, instead of just starting a new city over here. I wonder why. It must be a bit of a stylistic decision. So the idea, of course, is that if he just finishes the 4-point city of his own, these points automatically go to his scoreboard. Whereas if you connect to the city, it's no real guarantee that your opponent is not going to reconnect back, as the city is so far away from being completed that the American decided that there's no point in trying to fight for it. Let's see if the Colombian disagrees. So this move I don't expect to see, but this is not crazy. Now the Colombian, of course, just wants to build up his city at the top, but he builds it in a vulnerable spot, and that's why Justin will be super happy to go over here and try and break it, which is in fact the only correct move. You really cannot leave this city alone. And of course we see the standard tactic. Now this square is super sensitive, and what do you even do if you're El Taliban? Because you can't really go here, right? Ideally you wanted to go here and try to finish your city at the very least on one side, but before doing that you need to get yourself a defense tile. So there's still 2 starting tiles that fit into this square, and then you kind of need to hope that you first of all get a road to cover up that square, not allow your opponent to block, and only then you can build it on the other side. Because the thing is, let's say if you just do this now and start a new city, which is certainly something that El Taliban is considering, then red can draw really almost any tile, a curve, a monastery, a city cap, go over here, block that square, and then what you would have done as blue is you would have covered your city up on the other side, and that's very unpleasant to do. Yeah, so that's why blue just tries to save his city a little bit, which is quite interesting. Justin with a 6-point monastery, and blue still hoping to complete that city. Now this defense is not ironclad. There's still many tiles that go into that square. So blue doesn't even bother covering up his city. Blue instead just keeps scoring, and kind of sort of trying to preserve the chance of completing the city. Maybe he can get a sequence of a couple of roads trying to restrict that square. Oh man, I knew this. I knew that I would have forgotten. I forgot to take away the standings. I always do this. Whenever I show the standings, I always forget. Okay, let's just see in a second. Yeah, now I think you should see the board clearly enough. Yeah, now I can see your messages. Yes, exactly, Nico. I think there was only one time in just one tournament where I actually remembered to remove the thing. Well, anyway, the only thing that you missed was this city blocked over here. Or hopefully you've enjoyed the radio coverage of that. Okay, wait. Now we need to catch back in this position, which already looks pretty interesting. So blue is not finishing his city anytime soon, but blue started another city on the left. Red has a couple of his own city construction project. Both sides have monastery. Red has this lovely stack on the right. Blue has on the left to counter. Finally, Justin blocked the city of blue, but in a rather sheepish way. I would have preferred, as red, to actually go the other way and meeple the city. With the last meeple, I know, but the idea is that we're kind of behind 7 points, so we really don't want to catch up. We're also behind on meeples as blue finishes his monastery. And Justin gets a meeple back anyway. Still behind 12 points, but it's actually not that bad of a position for red long term. He has these two monasteries which will score very well soon enough. If blue finishes his 8-point city, then red can finish his 4-point city and possibly even drop a farmer here. I would have loved a farmer. I would have actually really loved a farmer, just because this is already worth 6 points and the monastery is going to be placed there by either party, which would expand even further to at least 9, but probably 12 if blue finishes his city. So Justin's now only 8 points behind, and he has an extra monastery. So this is overall a very good position for red. And one of the reasons why I actually prefer red in this position is because of this blocked meeple over here. The game is still young, and there's plenty of time for red to exploit his meeple advantage. For example, doing something like this. So it's a lovely flexible move. Now El Taliban misses his 7-point monastery spot. Instead goes for the 4-pointer, really. Maybe with the idea of putting pressure on this square, but why not just go for the 7-point? I don't know. I don't get this. Because you see the problem for blue. If you don't go there, then red can draw a monastery, and then red can go there. Maybe blue didn't like the idea of creating a big field for red to claim. It is known that fields, in fact, do benefit the side which has the long-term meeple majority, which is red as a result of this blocked meeple. But still, this monastery scored so much more. Well, at least El Taliban's getting some compensation. So this monastery is actually not all that bad, it turns out. 6 points already here. He's going to get a 7th after red completes. But after this 8-point city and the monastery, red is absolutely in the driver's seat. Blue cannot deploy a straight line productively. Red is now looking to create a bit of pressure against this road. Does not choose to block this square. Interestingly, El Taliban with a splitter tile, and probably looking forward to continuing his city on the left. That will give him 8 points. He can meeple the new city cap, so that's the standard move here. Let's see if the Colombian comes up with something else, and no, they don't. The best move is the best move. Okay, there we go. So red finishes yet another monastery and gets himself a city cap, but El Taliban with a lovely tile to counter. So probably going over here, that will be all the rage. Yeah, don't meeple this, don't meeple the triangle. Yeah, that's a lovely, lovely move. So the idea is now that this 8-point monastery is controlling this city over here, and there is no way for this red guy to build up the city without actually giving back a meeple to blue. So blue's plan is red gets a Dorito, red goes over here. Blue gets meeple back, blue gets a city cap, invades that city, and equalizes. So red's plan might be to not even put anything in this square at all. Red's plan is also to meeple the first field, which he was reluctant to do over here, but this is a much sure move. So we have 6 points over here. We have already another city which is waiting to be completed in that field, which is under pressure. There is also a green square for further development, and of course this critical square to connect the newly occupied field of blue and the old field of red into a big 12-pointer, which would definitely benefit Justin, who, by the way, has a really strong move here. A move that I really, really like for the American is to go here, drop a 3-point farmer, and have multiple ways how he could, yeah, he finds it. So there are multiple ways how he could connect to this field over here. So the idea is he wants to get something like a curve, which would, of course, bring his farmer into this field. Or he can get another sequence. He can get a crossroads plus a road monastery and then just go all the way there. Justin gets also the best tile in the deck, probably for him at the moment. The splitter, he finishes a city, starts a new one. He also finishes El Taliban's monastery, but with the city cap, El Taliban can't really do all that much. So there is now a secondary field in play for 9 points, which both players will be looking to occupy. And typically, the way it works in a balanced game of Carcassonne, that one player is building the cities, in which case it's red, and then the other player has the first chance to occupy the resulting field because of those cities. And so that way, the player who gets on the field gets some compensation, but El Taliban does not really get a good tile for farming, but he gets a good tile for something else. So this is very, very interesting. So he chooses to connect his top farmer with his bottom farmer, with red's top farmer, making a big 12-point field. And this is all with the purpose of making it harder for red to connect here, to connect his leftmost farmer. So red would need to connect through this square. Normally there would be 3 tiles that fit here, the 3 right-handed daggers, but only one of those is remaining in the deck because 2 of these daggers are over here. That said, if Justin draws the dagger, that's like game over on the spot, because this move over here, in addition to connecting the farm to the farm, he will also score 4 points for the city. So the value of this move is actually going to be, what, 4 points for the city, plus this 6-point farmer will turn into a 18-point farmer. So that's going to be like plus 16 with one move. That's just ridiculous. And also, he doesn't really need to get that tile, but he does. But basically, even if he were not get it, this 6-point field on the left is good enough as it is. And there's also a chance for red to go all the way through here and connect to the field like this. So that's why this move was so good by red, because it foresaw all of those multiple possibilities in which red could win this, and red just probably got themselves the best of those possibilities. Yeah, so it's looking really grim for the Colombian. And it was indeed a key duel for Colombia in this match, so El Talvan will now start to hope that either he somehow makes a comeback, which is not going to happen right now. He desperately tries to connect to the field, and Red will very easily go over here and block this. So all Red needs to do, Red needs to verify that this in fact was the last dagger of its kind, and if Red goes over here, it's going to restrict this square to precisely that kind of dagger. And it's the easiest calculation in the world for Red to perform. But if I'm blue here, I'm still hoping for things. So first of all, I'm getting a meeple back from the road, which is a very good move. And then I can maybe attack the farmer with 2 more meeples, just really YOLO it. Justin, of course, is going to have his own ideas with the field on the right. He occupies a 6-point field with the overt intention of going over here and connecting it to the larger field of blue, and then also he wants to get a straight line or a curve and even overrun that field with a 2 versus 1 majority. So Talvan is kind of trying to prevent this. It does not look like it's going to work. Justin can now connect to the field in a variety of ways. So he can just go over here, connect his leftmost meeple, and then this guy has 2 routes, either through here or through here. So it looks like we're going to see a meeple majority exploited to the maximum. Because of this blocked meeple over here for just 4 points, Red has all the meeples in the world to, first of all, conquer an 18-point field on the left, and also conquer a 12-point field on the right with a minimum majority. This is just clinical. Also, very nice precision here from Justin. So look at this. He takes 4 points for this road, 3 points for this road, instead of taking 4 points for this road. And the point is that it's a safer move from a spatial perspective. Because if he were to go over here and score 4 points for this road, he would expose a platform for El Talavan to use with this tile, for example, to try and drop a farmer here and connect to the city. El Talavan now with a great move, though, really trying to come back in this. It's a very flexible move, so this guy is trying to either connect to the bottom field or to connect to the top field. And now look at this. Red connects to the field at the bottom, and El Talavan now has his choice. He can either take 2 points over here and connect to the bottom field, or he can take 0 points here, I guess, but he would connect to the top field, which is worth more points to begin with. Actually, I think neither is the move. Well, I don't think there's really a move that wins you the game. Yeah, he chooses to connect at the top, which makes sense. But I think what I would have done, I would have just taken 5 points for this row, trying to catch up on the scoreboard a little bit, and then hoped for another tile to go over here or over here and connect the farms. Because the problem with this connection that he has now made is that, if I'm not mistaken, there still might be row tiles in the deck. At least I see 1 straight line still in the deck remaining. And Justin could actually go here and now connect his 12-point field to what's now has become a shared 18-point field. And that way, Justin would win a majority on a gigantic field worth 30 points with 10 completed cities. It's also quite interesting how in Carcassonne, all fields tend to converge. Like, regardless of how big they are, they just tend to become one big field. No, my man, what are you doing? So El Talavan now just lost himself a bunch of points. Not that it mattered for the outcome of the match, but for the outcome of the duel. Of course it mattered for the outcome of the match. But he had now an 18-point field shared with Red. And now he unified all the fields. And now Red has the field control with 4 against 3. This now makes me think that maybe Blue is still hoping for this dagger over here, which doesn't exist. Or maybe blue just knew that there was going to be a road tile anyway to connect. But if that were the case, why not just take the 5 points here at the bottom instead of 2 points over here? It's a bit of a philosophical question of which move is correct when your win percentage is 0. Because all moves lead to the same outcome, which is you lose the game. I guess psychologically, it feels like we should care about the point difference a little bit, but the point difference is not even the tiebreaker. So El Talavan chooses to wing it a little bit, maybe save a little bit of that sweet and necessary brain power for the second game. And let's see if that pays off in the second game. But for now, they will be losing this one. They will be losing hard. Okay, I see we have mostly Colombian supporters in the chat. Hi, Sergio. Hi, Susana. So, Justin gets the first one. And of course, some fantastic draws for him, but overall, very strong game. Like, I can't actually point to a single mistake that Justin made, even though there are some moves at the opening which I would have played differently. It's more of a stylistic question. So, yeah, the American appears to be in very good shape. And in just a minute, we're gonna find out if Ivan will be able to stop them at all. Game 2 has started. This time Ivan is the starting player, and could make a lot of difference. Now, there have been debates about the significance of the starting player advantage, but we know for sure that there is a starting player advantage of at least 4 percentage points and possibly even more. So in the statistical analysis of the 2023 World Team Carcassonne Online Championship, it had been shown that the starting player wins 52% of the time, even if we adjust for the games where there's a tie on the scoreboard and the win is awarded to the second player. Even with all that, the first player wins more often. Now, in the recent Carcassonne Champions League, which of course had fewer games for sample size, around 300 games, the starting player advantage seemed to be completely drastic, with nearly 60% of games won by the player who went first. And it looks like we're kind of headed into this direction, as El Talavan's position is absolutely great. He drew 2 early monasteries, and he has spots for more monasteries really here. He's controlling a road, he's controlling his opponent's city. Like, there's just so many things that he could do here. So he chooses to start a big field, which actually makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of it, because he has the monasteries and there is potential for these monasteries to get blocked, but this is one gigantic mistake. Well, I don't want to say gigantic, but it's very unfortunate. So the correct move, of course, instead of starting on your road like this, it is to go over here and really try and block that city. You don't want to allow your opponent to complete 8-point cities easily, even if they're in your field. This is Blue's field only temporary. Justin will equalize it, and in all likelihood he might even win this field. But also the way this road develops, it actually gives Justin some chances to finish the city with something like a dagger, and then maybe get a Dorito tile or triple city tile and block the square. So now scenarios where this monastery is trapped and the city isn't are surprisingly frequent here. Also, we can see that Red is already putting pressure on a bunch of squares next to Blue's features. Blue needs city plus field, city plus road tile in many places. Now Justin successfully blocks the monastery. There's nothing more that fits into the square. So now it is imperative for El Talavan to go over here and try to correct his previous mistake. He's very fortunate. You gotta be kidding me. It's not a bad move, but it's a gross misprioritization. Because that city at the bottom, it's so threatening. Yeah, I feel like blue is now taking steps to try and blow a very good position. So Justin, of course, would have finished the city regardless, but we don't know that. It's an imperfect information game. Like, Justin could have had so many more other tiles. He could have had this in hand. He could have had, I don't know, some sort of splitter. I guess blue was prescient, knowing that this city was not worth to be blocked. But look at this now. We're equal on the scoreboard. Blue has a meeple blocked already in an open position. And what Justin's going to do, he's going to open up the position even further. He's going to set up some platforms for field connections here. He's now threatening to get himself a city cap, finish city, drop a farmer like this. And then he's going to go here, drop a farmer here, maybe even drop an insurance farmer here, and he's just going to obliterate the field. So it looks like, despite the wonderful advantage for blue at the start, we're headed into a scenario which is quite similar to the previous game. So blue gets a meeple blocked, and red just exploits that meeple majority. Blue, though, with a fantastic tile, a road monastery absolutely needs to be scored. It's now not obvious whether you go over here for 7 points, which are actually 8 points, and then you try and build like this, or if you go over here for 6 points, but you control the city cap. I don't know what the answer is, but it has to be one of these two. It's also possible to go here and try and maybe build around this road. So this would be an inferior option between these three. But this road monastery is actually really good for blue, because in all likelihood he's completing that monastery, and it will allow him to catch up on the scoreboard. And maybe if he's lucky enough, if he scores some city caps, if he gets a shielded Dorito here, I can see a scenario where El Taliban could even maybe win this game without the field. Okay, he goes for this 6-pointer, absolutely respectable. It makes sense to sacrifice 2 points here for the sake of controlling this city cap. He's also thinking of using this road end for this long road, kind of completing it like this. So a bit of a snake-like pattern over here. That's definitely doable. And another thing that this move does, it actually eliminates a monastery spot for Justin to use, because you see there's still 2 regular monasteries, the roadless monasteries, which could have gone over here, but now they don't. So there's an okay 5-point spot there, but it's not that potent. So Justin decides to drop a farmer. It's not the best farmer, I think, but for lack of a better option, this is what the American did, simply because there were not many legal moves available to him. So the 4 moves with the crossroads, he could have either gone here and continued his opponent's road, no thank you, or he could have gone over here, making field invasions maybe a little bit harder for him. So red's now still trying to connect back to the field, which could be blocked. Like El Taliban could get something like a road Dorito tile, go over here, and then fully block the square. But this move is counting on the fact that blue already needs a road Dorito here to complete his city, which makes it more likely that Justin can draw a road tile before blue manages to do anything about that field connection. In the meantime, this square here becoming very sensitive, so as you see, blue found a wonderful indirect defense just as red was about to get a straight line and block this meeple completely. Blue managed to get himself a tile that successfully defends. So blue starting a new city, and game over. Blue is sadly being here insufficiently cautious. I'm not sure if that's exactly a mistake, but the reason why at this point it's really game over, I have to say, is because even though normally there are 3 tiles that fit into this square, well, 4 actually, including the starting tile itself, all of the tiles are on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's nothing remaining in the deck to fit there. Maybe I'm a bit premature in saying game over, but at the very least, it's an uphill battle. So El Taliban will be playing basically without the meeples for the majority of the game. Justin, predictably, as I told ya, is dropping farmers left and right. He successfully completed the invasion at the bottom. He's now going for an invasion at the top. He still has extra meeples to try and get himself the majority on the farm. And El Taliban doesn't really have chances to get a meeple back. So he has this here, road, which he could complete and should complete, really. And he has a Dorito, which goes here now. But it scores a lot. It's a great tile. But one thing about that Dorito is that it actually does not give him a meeple back, because he will need to immediately reinvest that meeple back for 9 points. You really have to. So he's going to have himself this secondaries field, which leaves him still with just 1 meeple to fight for the main field. So what do we do here as El Taliban? Well, actually, maybe the idea of winning without the field still stands. That's also a lovely move, completely blocking Red's Monastery. So that's the same recipe, right? It's the same type of tile that's needed, the starting tile. Then the main field is actually not worth that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 completed cities, that 18 points, which is only 9 greater than the small field over here. And Ivan has 16 points on the scoreboard. And Ivan has an extra monastery, and Justin has all the meeples in the world. But the scoring potential of those meeples has been very close to exhausted. Okay, so he scored 18 points with 1 meeple by equalizing the field. He scored 18 points with another meeple by overrunning the field. But he can't really keep dropping more farmers. Okay, you get more security, but you don't get any extra points for dropping farmers. So really the only way to score is to either build completable features like cities and roads. Maybe actually going over here and starting a new city is not a bad idea. Moreover, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, and he finds it. So the idea of this move is that there are actually still plenty of Dorito plus Dorito combos to finish a little rhombus like this. Blue in the meantime getting meeple back. Scores a little bit. 20 points ahead on the scoreboard. It's still looking actually really, really good for blue. Yeah, really gonna eat my words about saying game over after this move. Game not over by any means. Because also one thing that blue is doing very smartly, blue is actually not trying to fight too hard for the main field. Because I think, for example, a bad move that blue could play right now would be maybe going something like, how do I say it? Maybe something like this, right? Trying to create a way to maybe merge this little field with the big one. I think as blue, we just really need to leave like that little field alone. Just build little points, road cities, and be okay with it. Maybe going over here, starting a new city, putting some pressure on this square, maybe trying to block this red meeple will be the way to go. Another thing to realize is that there is one more way to score. Yeah, okay, this also works. Not necessarily sure if that's best, but it totally works. So another way to score is actually to draw a monastery plus monastery combo. This is certainly something that red will be looking at. So maybe from Ivan's perspective, it would not be a bad idea to get a curve or something and just try and block the space over here. So plus 20 on the scoreboard is the maintenance. Ivan decides to go fight for the field regardless. Well, actually, I don't agree with that. I think it could go south for him. Because all this does, it gives more scoring potential to Justin's meeples. I mean, it also creates a nice threat, I guess. Like, he's going to go here now, he's going to equalize the field, but he sacrifices a valuable scoring tile which could have been used over here. And Justin's still going to reinvade because that's Justin's only chance. But maybe it's not that easy for Justin to reinvade, because actually there's not an obvious invasion spot. So first of all, Red would need to do something like this and then go here maybe. Because if Red goes here with a curve or something and tries to invade, then this invasion spot is blockable from above. Justin decides to go on more farms on the left, and I think now the American is kind of losing the thread a little bit. Maybe spreading himself a little bit thin. You know what? Maybe his plan is to merge the fields at the bottom, like get a curve, another curve, another curve, try to use these two farmers as bullies against this peaceful farmer of blue. And of course, because they're Colombian, they have to be a coffee farmer. And the American farmer has to be corn. So it's corn versus coffee. And, well, Red gets a monastery. But you see, now that Red had this idea of going for more field, which could work, could not work. I don't think it's going to work, because actually Ivan gets a blocking tile, which he could use over here. Or not really. No, he can. That's very interesting. Oh, wait. No. What am I talking about? Of course he can block. So look at this. He goes here. And he tries to shield this farmer from these two farmers. So of course there's still going to be a tile that goes into this square, but this tile, the crossroads, is only going to score 3 points without actually giving this farmer access to the potentially shared field on the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 curves remaining. So Justin, in all likelihood, will be able to connect here and create the unholy marriage of corn and coffee, which I'm not sure how it would even taste like. But this farmer is going to get stuck at 6 points. Well, maybe more, if Justin manages to draw a couple of city caps, but he does not. He gets himself another scoring tile for 4 points, 2 for the road, 2 for the city, going small steps. Ivan with a city cap, no way to score. So probably looking to make a move that shapes the board to his liking. So for example, one move which I like quite a bit is going here and simply blocking this square. This is in order to disallow any potential ideas of going over here and connecting to the main field. But Ivan has a different idea, which honestly also works. He just wants to go for scoring. And how did he know? What a sequence for the Colombian. And now suddenly he's threatening a gigantic city, and he was so close to completing it. He was so unbelievably close to completing it. And I believe there's still city caps. That's the thing. Are there, though? Well, there might be, but even if there aren't, the city's already scoring 8. Justin can't really do much with his monastery. The best that he can do is maybe go here, perhaps, and try to create some sort of field connection opportunity. Yeah, he instead chooses to block a little bit. Ivan gets the crossroads, which was also super important for Justin. Justin really wanted this crossroads to score 3 points and also expand his bottom field to include this city cap. And it's going to happen. Very smart move from Ivan, taking the 6 points. Well, not taking the 6 points, but preventing Justin from taking the 6 points. But wait, there's a curve. There's still a curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So why not? Why don't we go over here as Justin and try to conquer the big field for 18 points? Will that be enough? Possibly. Actually, no, it won't, but I think we should still try. This will be blockable, but I'm not even sure if they're blocking tiles. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's one curve. So this should work, right? He's maybe also thinking about an option like this. He's just kind of trying to figure out which one's the least blockable. And I don't know. I don't know what the other tiles are. Okay, so he goes for this move. And he's going to get blocked, unfortunately. So this was a mistake. It was better to go here. Yeah, actually 2 minutes on Justin's clock, so... Oh, it wasn't a mistake. It was actually... It actually didn't matter. So the point is, if you go here, you allow your opponents to block you with a road Dorito. And if you go here, you allow your opponent to block you with a field Dorito. So there's really no chance to avoid a block completely. So with this move, he gave himself a, what, 16% chance of field connection. Let's see if that would have helped. I don't think it would have. Yeah, because the field was 18 points, and he lost by 25, so he still would have lost by 7, 9 points, something like this already. So Justin takes a hit in this one. The Colombian should be overjoyed. Very impressive showing from El Taliban. First of all, drawing fantastically with the early monasteries, then getting himself into a bit of a pickle with the meeple disadvantage and even further meeple disadvantage over here, but then later realizing that he can go for a fieldless win, and then later realizing that he doesn't even have to, managing to equalize the main field. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So Ivan won, Justin won, and we're headed for a decider. Wait. So the decider has started. And Justin is the starting player. He also is the one with the first monastery, and now Blue gets the city cap, so Blue is the first on the scoreboard. But look at these lovely monastery spots available next to Justin's monastery. This is just a scoring machine waiting to happen. Justin now with a curve. A couple of interesting options here. So option one is not that one, man. Not that one. So this is an imprecision at the very least. So he's kind of trying to block that city. But what he doesn't realize is that now he entered into a losing mini battle. So 4 points for this road is kind of what this road is capped at, if these two squares get blocked. Ivan has 5 here, and he'll be looking forward to building like this, and expanding his ruin forever. So what Red should have done, I think, is simply gone over here and just continued his road. So if you're going to block both meeples, then you want to have your road open on one side so that in a future closed position, you can keep adding a point, 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 and you can just keep building the road like this. But what does it matter if Justin is going to draw the best tile in the deck that I think he could have drawn? First of all, filling the monastery spot, and second, now successfully resolving this vulnerable square, which you're going to see in a second, and also creating himself another monastery spot next to his monastery. So This is looking very, very good for red. Of course, this part of the board is where blue will have a slight advantage, but this could end up being simply inconsequential. Red also decides to drop an early farmer, which is a decision I absolutely condone. Already 2 completed cities on the field, plenty of green squares for further development, and really no alternative field on the map anytime soon. Ivan still will lead on the scoreboard, finishes a 4-point road. Justin with an extremely awkward tile. In fact, there are very few moves that he can make which aren't actively counterproductive, and this is probably one of them. The other one was going over here. Anywhere else he would actually be disturbing his own meeples or his field. So Ivan starts a new road, and so does Justin, whilst also trying to limit the road of Ivan. And now the Colombian has a good move, which is not easy to spot. This is in fact an absolutely fantastic tile to do something like this. Yeah, he finds it. Very nice find here by... You gotta be kidding me. So with 5 meeples, how do you not meeple that city? It's like dripping juice. The shielded tile, and this city can get close so quickly. You get yourself a Dorito, triple city tile, Dorito, or maybe even better, you get yourself a city cap plus Dorito, but instead he leaves this city up for grabs, which should give Justin an excellent opportunity to snatch the city himself. But maybe Blue is thinking that Justin's not gonna do it. Well, with this tile he might not, although I think he still should do it. With this tile he might not, but what if Justin had a city cap? Then with the city cap, the city can become super threatening. So imagine this scenario. No meeple placed here for whatever reason, I'm not sure, nervousness, cautiousness. And then Justin gets a city cap, goes over here. Blue gets a road, can't do nothing much, goes over here. Red gets Dorito, bam, 14 points up for grabs, and that's it. Like, it's almost game over on the spot. But the reason why Justin has not taken the city yet is because it's a bit of an awkward tile to do so. So let's say if he does this, then suddenly with something like a straight line, or even something like a cow or a horse, a cow rather, Ivan can disturb these 2 squares. Justin still takes the city just because the city is too good. Ivan gets a monastery, which doesn't go here for 7 points because you really don't want to give Justin a meeple back. It goes here for just 6 points, but it's still very, very good. In fact, these road ends that go over here are just fantastic, because this is a way for Ivan to try and build like this. Also, very nice disciplined move from Ivan. Yes, you would say that it's wasting a very valuable tile, but for a good purpose. It's now completely blocking Justin's monastery, so this guy's trapped at 8 points. It's also restrict the city just a tad. So very, very nice find here from Ivan. And now, for the first time in this duel, it is going to be the American with long-term meeple disadvantage. Justin's very close to finishing that city, though. We're kind of headed the scenario that I was talking about. So Ivan does not draw city tiles on time. He gets a road and stuff, but Justin has already covered up his city. By covered up, I mean that there are no 2-tile invasion sequences, right? So the only invasion sequence that is possible is a 3-tile invasion sequence. Maybe here, here, here. Or an alternative is we get to go here, probably now actually we get to go there, here, here, here. So these are 3 tiles. And there's a huge difference between a 2-tile sequence and a 3-tile sequence when it comes to the probabilities of success. So Ivan chooses the route on the left, which is actually quite interesting. So the idea is that he starts a new city, and he also just leaves the city cap empty for him to try and go over here in the future, and this leaves Justin with no choice really but to go over here. So he can take this city cap, start a new city, and also cover up his square. No, Justin, yeah, that's a mistake. Ivan also responds with a move which I'm not a fan of, actually. I think as in Van, it was the time to invade. The time is now. I don't see why exactly Blue doesn't see the urgency in this. I think the move was definitely to go over here and invade. And from Justin, the move was definitely go over here and, you know, prevent that stuff. So the reason why Red did not want to go over here is because if this would tie his two meeples together, it would kind of limit the square a little bit, but with 5 field Doritos remaining, it's still a very good move to make. Red would also be exerting some pressure on this square, and in addition, Red actually, I think, didn't realize that they can in fact afford to lose 1 meeple. As long as they complete one of these cities, preferably the big one, so as long as they complete one of their as long as they complete one of the cities, they can actually afford to lose the meeple on the other one. But Ivan really persistently just does not want to invade that city. He goes the blocking route, and he's gonna pay hard for that. Yeah, he's now trying to get himself some more platforms to try and maybe block this square. He's also trying to attack over here. So finally, will Ivan invade the city? Yes, finally he does. Not only does he invade, he actually creates an even bigger city. And there's even a chance for him to take over that city completely. This is actually rather nice. So yeah, suddenly Ivan is like threatening the world here. He gets a triple city tile that prepares a very, very nasty connection, but oh, the last triple city tile has been drawn by Justin, which means that if Red gets a Dorito tile before Blue, then Red can go over here and completely block that square. So both players are now racing for a Dorito. If Ivan gets a Dorito, then it's probably game over, because this city is so big that even if it does not get completed, it's going to give Blue a giant advantage. Justin's now trying to block that city, actually, which makes sense. So his idea is that if Ivan gets the Dorito tile before Justin, then the American at the very least will be able to go here and prevent the worst case scenario. At the very least, he will hope to contain that city as a ruin rather than a completable city. So then do we go here? Interesting. Let's see what Justin decides. Instead, he tries to put pressure on the monastery, and the first Dorito does in fact go to Blue. And Blue connects all the cities for 19 points, something like this. 18 points. No, 19 points, yeah. Which is probably enough to win the game in really any scenario. On top of that, this city can still be completed, and there is no one move that Justin can play right now to prevent this. I guess he could go here, but what he needs to realize is that an invasion is no longer possible, because all the extenders have gone out, and all the triple cities have gone out. So the only way to invade is actually get a dagger, and then later get a field Dorito all whilst hoping that your opponent does not go over here at the top and block that square. So that is exceptionally grim, but I'm not gonna make the mistake of saying game over, because it isn't. So the position for Justin is not great, but he can make some moves. The first move that I would consider is actually going here and play against this monastery, because I really don't want to give my opponent meeples back too easily. The second thing that I want to do is get a monastery of my own to go here, finish my previous monastery, start a new one, and then at some point I go here and here and maybe try to block this square, maybe I go here and here, and just make sure that this ruin is stuck as 19 points and that the Colombian is not able to complete it. And then after that, because I have the farm over here, I could just start dropping city caps, which there's still plenty in the deck, and then I can just go there. So Ivan still has the chance of completing his city. Justin is trying to play on the right against that city, and it's not really gonna work because Reds can go over here, right? That would be fine. But there would still be 2 tiles that fit over here that allow Ivan the completion of the city. So it looks like blue oh, you see, because there were still 2 tiles available, Red doesn't even bother, but Ivan gets a different tile to complete that city. He gets a dagger. He's gonna finish the city for 42 points. Oh, that has to hurt so hard. And Justin also now makes a mistake. He blocks his own monastery, but I don't think it's gonna matter right now. I want to watch this game until the end. It's just so destructive. The Colombian player with the comeback, he's now finishing the monastery, starting a road. He's plus 52 on the scoreboard. When was the last time you saw somebody win plus 52 on the scoreboard alone? This is nuts. Ivan, yeah, he can just score. He can just finish his 5-point road. Okay, so Justin gets a little bit of something. At the very least, he's gonna block the invasion. So look at this. This poor blue farmer is gonna be blocked as 3 points. How unfortunate. I think not, says the Colombian, as I think he will be able to handle this loss. I mean, this loss of a meeple. Something tells me that he's gonna survive just fine. 54 points ahead on the scoreboard. That is just destruction. Let's go, Colombia. Pipe 117 is saying in the chat. So, Justin is moving towards the completion of a city. Why am I saying that? He is moving and is finishing that movement by completing that city. The city is completed for 6 points, down now only minus 50 on the scoreboard. He has also some extra features like the extra monastery, which is worth more. He has the 12-point field, which is outscoring his opponent's 3-point field. So, of course, no chances in this game, but I mean, what you gonna do? You gotta just try and score somehow. Ivan just starts a new city. Justin's probably gonna block it. Really hard to recommend something. Still, he wants to count which way is better to block. And actually, in this particular instance, I wonder if the move is going here. Just because there's a small number of city plus field tiles remaining, and there's a largish number of city plus road tiles remaining. There's still 2 starting tiles. There's a butterfly. There's 1 dagger of each kind. Justin instead goes for the insurance farmer, which is really not what the doctor ordered. So if you are going to try and do something, yeah, also instructive moment. Well, I'm not sure how it's instructive at its minus 56, but if you're going to still try and win, if you're far behind, and if you own the field, then you got to realize that you have to win the field with a not +2 majority, not +2 meeple majority, but +1 meeple majority, and 1 exactly, because you're so far behind. And if you're worried that your field is vulnerable to attack, then don't be. What you need to hope for is that your opponent is going to attack the farm, and then you get to block their meeples or somehow deny them the field invasion. So I doubt if that makes a difference here, as Ivan is now +60 ahead on the scoreboard. Have you seen +60 on the scoreboard? When was the last time you saw +60 on the scoreboard alone? And Ivan can score more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there are no Doritos available, but I was thinking that he could maybe go here and try get another Dorito and like finish a city for 10 or 12 points, but sadly it is no longer possible, you know, because there's this obviously it must not be entirely pleasant if you are the American, but my morbid curiosity just gets the better of me, and I'm just trying to figure out, well, how bad could this game actually get for Red? I hope we see some sort of record. Well, at least we are for now. Honestly, I don't remember seeing +60 on the scoreboard in a tournament game ever in my life. In casual games, plenty. And also, I've seen like +60, how do I say this? Overall, like at the end of the game, but on the scoreboard during the game. That's really, really rare. So Ivan does in fact go for the city. And the purpose of this move was not so much the completion of that city. It was simply to deny Justin a move like this. It was not to allow him to go over here and score easy 4 points. So that is actually very smart. So look at Ivan. He's really inspired now, trying to play precisely. Glovier is saying, from blue not wanting to attack red's big city to steal it altogether just goes to show what happens when you let variants run wild. Yeah, exactly. There was just so many ups and downs with this city that it looked like red was going to complete it alone, but it turns out that bam, 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 like all the way over here. Oh look, Justin's going to make it only -56 from the scoreboard. And he's going to develop his farm a little bit. Ivan with a final monastery worth 5 points. 2 locations available with that purpose. And the final difference is going to be around 40, I guess. Just because Justin has the highest scoring monastery and the field as well. Maybe even closer to 50 rather. No, 40. It's going to be 40. Unless Ivan loses on time, which he won't. Justin gets a city cap as their last move. Looking to get 3 points for a road. Or 3 points for a field at the bottom. Either this one over here or this one over here. Take your stylistic preference. Red's going to take a couple of seconds to check if there's a higher scoring move available. Recognizes that there isn't, and the final tile is placed. What a duel, what a game, what a wild, wild game with that big 42-point city. So first of all, it's like, the city was a hot potato. It all started by Blue going over here and refusing to meeple in a situation where he should objectively meeple. Red snatched that opportunity going over here, meepling it like this, then covering it up and bringing himself super close for finishing it. Blue found this lovely move to try and at least open the invasion platform. Then Justin had himself a chance to cover himself up, and I think that was the main mistake that lost him the game. He could have gone over here. It's not an easy move to find, but it was in fact the strongest move in this position. We can see that the score difference is exactly 40, by the way. So Red didn't find this move. Instead, Red just discarded this tile kind of over here, and then later Blue used this tile to get one more city and merge everything after a couple of polite move exchanged, as Blue didn't want to attack and didn't want to attack, but finally they got a bunch of triple cities and just obliterated that poor Red meeple. I'm so glad we chose to follow this game. It was, I think, entertaining for everybody except Justin. So let's update the match scoreboard. We're going to congratulate Colombia with a strategically important win in a match where I think they're a bit outrated, and now we're going to start looking at other tables. So Alduran on table 1 is facing an uphill battle against a stronger American player, David Lee, who does in fact win with an 11-point difference, scoring as many as 150 points. So that game must have been entertaining as well, probably including a big city that was shared. But we know that it is more fun when cities are unshared. No, when they're unshared. Okay. So how is Mingo doing? Mingo's doing not so well. That I think a bit of an upset that Waiulio of Colombia managed to defeat her 2-1, and also coming back after losing the first game pretty big. So Mingo 1, Waiulio 2, and this means that Colombia is only one duel away from clinching this match. So how's Karki doing? The highest rated player of them all at 645. Well, Karki did win against Pechitos 2 very close games. First of all with 5 points, and the second one with just 1 point. So congratulations to Karki for keeping this alive for the Americans. So it all comes down to Aliyu versus Salvafree. The Colombian is higher rated and more experienced, but I've seen Ali play well. But maybe not today as well. I'm not sure how he played, but look at this. Losing the deciding game by just 2 points. And the Colombians will prevail here, making the tournament situation pretty interesting. So it is Colombia 3, USA 2. Congratulations to everybody who is rooting for Colombia, and this should also make the tournament situation pretty interesting because USA is at 1-1, Colombia is 1-1, and well, how's Chile versus Uruguay? So now it's time to have a look at the other matches. So Chile. So first of all, the Alchemist, who I believe is the Uruguayan captain. They lost against JC Vargzang, which will make it quite difficult for the Uruguayans. Now we need to wait for a few seconds whilst the board gamer arena is being a little bit capricious. Oh, Germancito's still playing. Oh no, they're not. So they have just, so look at this. They played so fast, so they did lose against Claudio Jorquera 2-0, that they managed to play 2 casual games against random opponents whilst the match was still going on. I admire those speeds. So Porosvi lost against Tito Arce also 2-0, although it was kind of close in the second game of just a 9-point difference, which means that Chile did win this match, which means that Chile guarantees themselves the qualification to the next stage. Yeah, I think so. Can anything possibly happen? So let's say, wait, maybe if Chile loses to the United States in round 3, and then if Colombia wins against Uruguay, then we're gonna have 3 teams with 2 victories, and it's all gonna come down to the tiebreakers, which actually I believe are looking pretty good for Chile. That could be pretty interesting. Anyway, so the Uruguayans lost that one as well. I think I'm just missing one more pairing there. MF Cotto. And Adan Las Heras is winning that one. Yeah, so Chileans put a really strong lineup against the Uruguayans. So we're talking baptism with fire here. But maybe the Uruguayans can secure their first win against Colombia in round 3. Who knows? So let's update the scoreboard. Uruguay 5, Chile 0. No, the other way around. Uruguay 0, Chile 5. So much for Group B. Now let's check how Group A is getting on. So what are we having? No, Mexico won against Guatemala. That was the first round. Okay, Brazil. Okay, Brazil against Guatemala. So what we have? Guatemala's Chini GT won against Fernando Albertin. So that's 1 for Guatemala. Fausto Baral won against Folcastera 2-1. So that's 1 Brazil, 1 Guatemala. Lycos of Guatemala won 2-1 against Felzera of Brazil. So that's 2-1 for Guatemala. Lucas Garbi won against Docat of Guatemala, so that's 2-2. And the decider, Teos Gladiador, that's Eric Mateos, won against René Bulsara 3-2. So that was rather exciting, actually. Guatemala really hanging in there. Now that they've lost 2 matches in a row, that's gonna be kind of hard for them. Oh right, wait, I kind of forgot about, yeah. We could just go here and check the live scores, obviously. So Brazil, Argentina, that's all lovely. Uruguay, USA, Colombia, Mexico, Guatemala. Oh, Argentina, Mexico is still going on apparently, so we have to catch a glimpse of that. So first of all, let's just update Brazil and Guatemala. So who is playing still in Mexico, Argentina? Let me just look up real quick. Standings, results, Group A. No updates, so we're gonna need to do this manually. So who's playing Argentina versus Mexico? Daniel Ayala versus Mati Karazok. And look at this! Daniel lost. That's a huge upset, actually, I think. I don't know much about Mati, but Daniel's a really strong player. Interesting. Okay, so that's 1 for Argentina. I did not expect that. Okay, what's next? Webby versus P-Chan. Again, this is probably where P-Chan's going to be the favorite. Okay, so P-Chan's still playing, and they're playing the decider. So how about we just go here, and then we see how the other results are doing. So 3 tiles remaining, and it looks also very good for Argentina. Also, I'm not, I guess, that well familiar with Webby, but 674, that's quite the rating there. Do we have any Argentinians in the chat? If you could tell me more about this player. Well, that's a great tile for Webby now, as they get to complete their monastery at the top, and they also get to connect to P-Chan's city. So this move here looks like a no-brainer. With a, yeah, of course, with a 0-point farmer for style points. And P-Chan can't really do that much. He can score 4 points for a city, I guess, which is exactly what he does. It's important to score for this city and not that one, so as to not give back any potential farming opportunities. 3-pointer for Webby. And I believe the Argentinian's gonna take it. Yeah, that cow tile was way too much to deal with. But even without the cow tile, the position looked really, really good for the play with the red meeples. P-Chan saying thank you for the games. So shared ruin is now scored. There's also a shared 15-point field in the middle with 1 green meeple and 1 red meeple. And 13 points is the difference, which means that even if Webby were not to draw this 8-point tile, he still would have hung by a thread to prevail. So congratulations to Argentina. That's already 2 duels won. So let's see who else is playing. Vapula 27, somebody whom I haven't played much, and they lost against Big Nacho, so that's already 3 to Argentina. But let's see if any more games are going on. Ale Rosario versus Licio Campo. And this one has also finished. Hi, Ignacio. Congratulations on your win. Saying Webby is our newest addition. A very good master. Yeah, I can see that. So I have to cover their games a little bit more. Come on. And Ale Rosario wins this, so it's like, is it 4-1 or something? Because I think Mexico did win the 5th duel, if I'm not mistaken. Wait. Was there a change in lineup or something? Yeah, I think there was a change in lineup because IMD5 was supposed to be playing for Mexico. I think they changed it. In any case, 4-1 I believe is the score. Glad that we at least witnessed a small moment of that. Score. Mexico 1, Argentina 4. Which also makes the group situation pretty interesting. So we have Brazil with 2 wins. We have Mexico and Argentina each with 1 win. Guatemala with 0 wins. So Brazil is very close to guaranteeing themselves the qualification. And about Mexico and Argentina, we're really not sure. So, before we wrap up, there's going to be, of course, a pretty long break before the final round. Final round starts 2000 UTC. I'm just going to go through the matches that we're going to have in the next round. So it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, Guatemala in Group A. And in Group B, it's going to be Uruguay, Colombia, and Chile, United States. So do let me know in the next few minutes or so which one would you prefer to watch, at least which one's more interesting to the tournament standpoint. Otherwise, I'll have to make a decision myself, and I'm kind of indecisive, at least when it comes to wanting to stream 4 matches at the same time. So I will be awaiting your suggestions in the chat, but until then, half an hour break, and I'll see you at 1955 UTC. I wish good things to you who's still watching this. I'm still Alexey, and this is still Copa America 2025, a tournament in which we're going to find out the strongest Carcassonne team in the Western Hemisphere. So we're now in round 3, which is the final rounds of the group stage. You can see the standings for both groups. The match that I've chosen to follow as our main match is going to be Brazil versus Mexico. The main reason for this is because in Group A, the tournament situation is a bit more unclear. So in fact, in Group A, all 4 teams still have a chance to qualify. Brazil, of course, has the best chance with 2 victories in 2 matches against Guatemala and Argentina. But let's not be so fast, because actually Brazil could still get eliminated. So if Brazil loses against Mexico, and Argentina wins against Guatemala, which is not at all unlikely, then it is actually quite possible that Brazil is going to lose, because you see that Mexico won against Guatemala 4-1, so that's a very good tiebreaker. And if Argentina wins against Guatemala with a good tiebreaker, that will also put them with 2 victories. And also a very good tiebreaker. But Brazil, when they won against Guatemala, they won with the minimum possible score, 3-2. So this means that to be extra sure of their spot in the playoffs, Brazil would need to win this against Mexico, which is also not a guarantee. This is going to be a close match indeed. So on table 1, Ed Chamon will be playing against Daniel Ayala, 2 incredibly strong players, and it's my second favorite duel to follow. In fact, we're going to start with table 4, Vini Lessa Machado, one of the 7 Brazilian masters. We'll be playing against, I'm not going to say Mexico's second strongest, possibly even strongest player, Manarori. That's Marco Rivas, who has achieved the 5th place at the in-person World Championship in 2023 in Herne, Germany. Table 5, Fabio Barney versus Fabula 27, 2 players who have had a bit less experience in their national teams, but are evenly matched. That should also be very interesting. On table 3, I would expect Gustavo Arrudo to be a slight favorite against Licio Campo of Mexico. And on table 2, Mexico's Complex VNH is going to be the definite favorite against Sir Gus versus Brazil. So that's how it says. Now in Group B, which we'll be following with one eye, it's also relatively interesting. So the one team that sadly will not be able to qualify is Uruguay. Now, even if Uruguay wins, just because they lost against Chile in round 2 with a massive tiebreaker, so they lost 5-0, then even if Chile has 3 wins, USA has 1 win, and Colombia has 1 match win, which is also possible, Uruguay would not be able to qualify. But as for the first 3 teams, there are a variety of options available. So if Chile wins against the United States, Chile will qualify, of course, and then the United States will need to hope that Uruguay beats Colombia. If USA beats Chile, then if they beat Chile with a really, really big difference, they will actually leapfrog Chile in the top position. So Chile needs to lose this one, but not lose this badly, or just win that match outright and secure themselves the win. Whereas Colombia will be looking to win against Uruguay. And if they do so with a reasonable score, they should be able to qualify regardless of the outcome of the match between Chile and USA. Right, hi P-chan, already see supporting Mexico in the chat. Do let me know if there's somebody supporting Brazil. I'm sure you're there. So it's been 1 minute past. I'm gonna now remember to remove the standings before actually going into the games. And now it's time to go Manarori versus Vini Lessa. Manarori has now a lowish rating of 485. Don't be fooled by this. This is because he plays a bunch of casual games which are also rated and not that meaningful. So Vinny is not going to be fooled by that for sure. So, and what are we having? And we're having that the Mexican player with the yellow meeples already has an early advantage with 9 points on the scoreboard and the first monastery. Hi, Jose. I see supporting Brazil. So, Vinilasa takes himself 8 points for a city and catches up on the scoreboard a little bit, but still it's a great position for the player with the yellow meeples. He has this lovely monastery. He's going to build it up. Red is trying to build his city on the left, which is trying very hard. Vinny is probably going to finish his road, which is exactly what he does. So this square here is relatively vulnerable. Marco is going to continue his road and slightly obstruct this square over here, which is not a problem for Vinny as he simply finishes a city for 4 points. He's now 7 points ahead. Marco continues his city and also prepares another square for future monastery that is just ginormous, and he's now going to go there. Is he going to drop a farmer? Yep, he is. So the plan, of course, is to get something like a straight line and then get a tile that goes over here. And not a good tile for Vinny at all, but that's a wonderful, wonderful move regardless. So he's kind of trying to disallow this yellow farmer invasion opportunities through the left. Now he's forcing yellow to actually go through here, which yellow will succeed, of course. And he also now starts a new city looking to go here. Vinny, though, with a wonderful move, but let's see if it works out. So he's now starting a new city whilst also protecting his city at the bottom. Marco's trying to block. Vinny gets himself a chance to defend a little bit. Finishes a 4-point city. Started a new one. This square is still super, super sensitive. Marco does not have a chance to break it. What does the Mexican do here, actually? So that's the first tile, which is not obvious for him. Okay, he goes for a 4-point road. Vinny gets the monastery. Of course, he helps Red with his monastery, but an 8-point spot for Red is certainly going to be helpful. Marco with more farmers. We see that we are starting a Brazilian field fight very, very early on in this game. Actually, whilst the field is really not that big, there's even a counter field potentially on the other side of the board, which might prove to be more valuable. What was that move? Okay. Oops, I'm a little bit having issues with my mouse here. Okay, so players are playing really, really fast, an extremely high variance game, super open position, just bam, 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 bam. Vinilasa successfully completed his city at the bottom, which he was guarding so hard. And suddenly this is a position which looks fantastic for the Brazilian. He now has extra meeples, which he deploys over here. He uses it to drop a 9-point farmer on a secondary field, which actually is the main field, really. Because it scores 9 points, whereas this field now scores only 6. Marco now gets a chance to get himself a meeple back and also defend this critical square a little bit. Vinny invades yellow city over here. Yellow with a starting tile, probably looking to make some obstruction moves at the bottom. You could also go over here and try to obstruct this square, which would in turn protect this square. So there's still 2 tiles that fit here, and quite a few tiles to fit over here, which would complete this block. So it is not unreasonable to try and go over here and maybe block this. Marco instead chooses a strategically different approach. He wants to try and creates a big field, and Vinny will oblige. 4 points for the road. And now the purpose of this move is to actually try and get a couple of curves and merge this guy together with these here yellow farmers. And by adding more variants in the game, maybe yellow hopes that he can come back a little bit. And that's really the only chance that he can, that I see. You get what I mean. You'll get what I mean. So one of the daggers has been drawn by red. Yellow needed this over here real bad. There's still one more remaining. But even if the dagger is not drawn for this square, this is actually not that terrible for yellow, because yellow might want to go over here and try to make some blocking moves. He does not do it just yet. Oh, and Vinny gets himself the last dagger, so this meeple is now permanently trapped. And Manarori is now doing something that's, I think, a gigantic mistake. So this move over here, it's kind of trying to isolate this red's meeple, right? But then, isn't red happy about it? Because red is ahead on the scoreboard, and the field is still a manageable size. Yellow has already super majority on that field, so it is not unreasonable for yellow to actually want and try and eat up this farmer. That's very interesting. It might work out. It's still a fantastic position for red here, because we're equal on the scoreboard, and red has a chance to, first of all, get a meeple back here. There's still a 50-50 chance of him getting the monastery. Even if he doesn't get a monastery, he has 8 points here already for this one. And then I guess there's still some outside chances of getting this guy into the field, maybe with a double. Actually, with what? So there are no vanilla city caps, and there are no splitters, and the road monastery has been just drawn by Manarori, so in fact there's nothing that gets this farmer into the field. Which is maybe, it's not horrible, but it makes the position of Vinny quite inflexible, but what does it matter? He gets... Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why do you not take 10 points with a meeple? I mean, he connects his farmer to the field, but it doesn't make sense. He still has a minority in this field. What am I not seeing? What are you doing, Vinny? I don't get this. So, Vinny's certainly, I think, missing out on like 12 points or something, right? Hi, Melvin. Because you see, okay, so first of all, he got 8 points instead of 10. But then he also sacrificed a meeple instead of gaining a meeple back. So this mistake cost him 2 points and 2 meeples. And he lost by 9, and actually he would have won. I'm pretty sure he would have won. So all Vinny needed to do is just go here, that's 2 extra. And then with this tile over here, he would have had a meeple to do this. So he would score 7 here, and that's already a win. Yeah, that is just a ginormous blunder by the Brazilian player, which really pains me to see. And also it was played in like a split second. And I'm just triple checking the board to see if I'm missing anything. No, but I'm really not. That was just a like incredible blunder by one of Brazil's strongest players, possibly the strongest player in Brazil at the moment. So really Brazil not off to a great start here. Hopefully Vinny can shake this off. I don't know. Let's maybe leave this duel alone for a second. I want to see how Ed is doing. Although, on the other hand, if they're playing this fast... Yeah, Milik is saying playing like they don't care about this match. Well, but Marco won at the very least. Like, and sort of his move made certain sense. Yeah, and again, like the Brazilian did so well by covering up his city, like finding this defense over here, and all of that just wasted on a very rookie mistake. So just again, he scored fewer points and spent 2 more meeples. There's really no reason to do that. And I think he actually simply miscounted the meeples on the farm. I think with this move, he thought that he was equalizing the farm, but he really wasn't. So look, 2 red meeples, right? 2 red meeples and 3 yellow meeples. Yellow has more. So yellow wins the field regardless. Anyway, I wanna watch something else. Sir Gus against... Yeah, sure, maybe that one. So Mana Rory 1, Vinny Lessa 0. How are other players doing? So Sergas, yeah, Complex VNH did win the first one. We expect him to win the second one, even though there's only a 50 rating point difference. I was going to say that Elias is just much stronger. I think like Elias is one of the most underestimated players. That because maybe he's not always consistent, but when he's in tournament form, he really delivers. All right, actually, no, change of plans. How about we see what's going on board 5? Fabio Barney versus Vapula 27. Let's improvise a little bit. So 16 tiles remaining here. Both players are sort of kind of equally rated. And the player with the yellow meeples, that's the Mexican, they're having quite some trouble on the scoreboard. 15 points on the scoreboard, exactly. But the thing that red has going for them, oh wait. Yeah, it looks actually completely lost for yellow, because look at this. So this monastery is nice, and he could build this up. Okay, he's gonna get like 9 points and a meeple back. But this is still not enough, because red has a blocked meeple here, yellow has a blocked meeple here, and yellow has a soon-to-be blocked meeple here? Maybe? Okay, maybe this meeple can come back. Actually, maybe even this meeple can come back. But you see, even if this meeple comes back, which is possible, it is absolutely possible. So yellow is scoring now a little bit. He's scoring 9 points for the monastery, starts a new monastery. There's a road end that maybe somebody could take advantage of. But Fabio, with a simple scoring tile, he's going to maybe take 2 points over here, or maybe do something more elaborate, like going over here and trying to work for these loops. It's also not crazy to go over here, which looks like it's protecting yellow's city, but it really isn't, because it eliminates one tile that could fit into this square. It eliminates the starting tile. So a normal scoring move for red. But going back to the point about this tile over here. So even though yellow can still get this city, oops, I think a bit of a misstep by Fabio. Fabio should have gone over here and blocked this square, and now maybe a little bit of chance for yellow, who gets the starting tile also. That's why I mentioned about this potential block. He does get the starting tile. He gets 8 points and a meeple back. I don't think it is going to be enough in any case, just because Fabio has a stronghold on the field. So on fields plural, actually, because you see, because yellow has all of these blocked meeples over here, which really don't score that much. They score 6 points for 2 meeples combined. This gave time for red to secure this 15-point field with 2 meeples and this 9-point field with 2 meeples. Moreover, even if yellow draws one of the daggers that fit into this square, yellow might actually not go there. The reason is, okay, if yellow gets the dagger, he's going to score 3 extra points for the city, right? And get a meeple back. He's going to turn a 1-point city into a 4-point city. But this city happens to be both on this red's field and this red's field. So he will be adding 3 points to this red farmer and to this red farmer for a net negative 3 points. So in fact, it is in Fabio's interest, not in Vapula's interest, to finish this city. And if Fabio gets... Actually, I think Fabio could have even meepled this 5-point road because we're so close to the end of the game. He's really not going to do much better than that 5-point road. And actually, yeah, so let's say Fabio gets the dagger tile. He gets to go here, meeple the 6-point road, and then also score extra for the farms. So what could yellow do about this? Well, the answer really is not at all that much. Maybe just hope that the next game in the duel goes a little bit better. Well, let's try and dream a little bit. I actually see something. So we go here, we drop a farmer. Our opponents get some sort of inconsequential tile. Then we go here and we drop another farmer like this. And then we try and get a curve, and with one curve, get 2 of our farmers into this field. So that would be a way to score 18 points with 2 meeples. So first 9 points go for equalizing this field, and another 9 points go for overrunning that field with a second meeple. Then we can maybe draw this dagger, which would allow us to get this 6-pointer over here. So maybe we get the 6-point road. Yeah, we can do a little bit of something. The problem with that is that there's still red's second field, and then there's still red's ruin, which is not even a ruin actually, because red could draw the last remaining vanilla city cap to go here, and could draw a dagger to go here, which would in fact give him back a giant city and even a meeple. So yellow goes a different approach, and that is actually very smart. So yellow is trying to go for the dagger, but he plans to use the dagger not for this city, but for this city instead. And this here is a very high level move. So he recognizes that there are multiple combos that allow him to finish this city. First of all, there was this dagger plus vanilla city cap, which is going to go for now. Or this tile was available, so he could have gone for dagger and then this umbrella tile, right, that red drew. So now probably Vapula could go here and even meeple this field in anticipation, and then hope that he gets this here tile, then he can get a meeple back. Then this here guy can maybe also finish the city, drop a farmer. Yeah, that would be a way to catch up. So definitely, at least we see the difference that the losing side is actually trying to win. That's also very lovely fine here. Now, it's not going to work, but yeah, I think it's just like Vapula, he's trying to accomplish a little bit too much. The idea of going for the city was absolutely lovely. He goes for a farm invasion instead. The farm invasion, it just doesn't score that much, even if it's successful. He also has a bit of a counter field by himself. Oh, look at this. That's actually pretty clever from Vapula, because there's still one road Dorito available. So he can go for this city completing pattern. In which case, yeah, that's really, really smart. It's just the problem that there are too many goals to be accomplished. But that still would be a lovely, lovely idea. He can even drop a farmer, actually. He chooses not to do that. Quite wisely, probable. Fabio continues his city, and Vapula gets himself a Dorito tile. What a sequence. And now he gets to drop a 6-point farmer on the inside, and for the first time ever, take the advantage on the scoreboard. Fabio is going to score a little bit. He's still going to win this game, although excellent effort by Vapula, who now gets a curve, and actually he's going to score 6 points for a road. So that is something. Does he see this road, though? It's a good road. Gotta go for it. Gotta go for it. Still a minute to double check. If there is any reason to do something else, if there are perhaps high scoring moves, no, there aren't. No, he missed it. He missed it. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He takes a 4-point road instead of a 6-point road. He makes a 2-point mistake for no good reason. And Fabio is going to take a 6-point field on the left. And actually also from Fabio's perspective, he could have even, I think he even got the chances, the tiles to complete his city. So instead of this, he could have just not put anything there. Then he could have used this tile over here and this tile over here and finish his gigantic city, and that would have worked. The reason why he didn't go for the sequence is because it wasn't necessary. He was ahead enough as it is. Yeah, so that 15-point field in the center and 9-point field on the other side. So this is your textbook meeple majority. Like, this is why you block your opponent's meeples, because when your opponent is struggling without meeples, you just get to build those fields uncontested. So Fabio Barney finally takes the first little point in this match, which did not start well for Brazil. So, do let me know who you want to follow. Actually, I wanted to have a look at Ed Chamon for a while, but I'm happy to improvise. So, Edge Chamon against Daniel Ayala. Edge possibly the strongest Brazilian player who's yet to become a master. I'm sure it is a question of time. Yeah, in the meantime, very quickly, Elias Mochan defeats Sir Gus, bringing Mexico the first match point. So our Brazilian fans should start to get nervous. Come on, what is that? Yeah, there we go. So Ed won the first game, and they have just started the second. Okay, so this is perfect timing. Although they're playing relatively fast, and already Ed has quite an advantage in this one with a monastery cluster. Should be a fun one to watch. Your high variance encounter. Alrighty, now let's make sense of this position. So Daniel Ayala playing with blue meeples. He has the scoreboard lead of 5 points, a meeple extra to play with at least for now, but 2 fewer monasteries, and that's why I prefer Black's position so much better. Black's monasteries are clustered. Daniel is trying to start some sort of a quasi-Ukrainian technique. I don't really like this move, but it's gonna work. Yes, 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 yes. I take this back. So the reason why I didn't like this is because there was a chance of this not working. Actually, that was the most likely outcome, but now it looks so much better. So the point of this sequence is to delay the development of these monasteries, although that's a great tile for Edge. And the idea is this. Imagine if a tile were not placed, and if Ed were to draw something like a city cap, then Ed cannot really go over here, can he? But a fantastic tile for the Brazilian. Look at this. So this is exactly what you want in that square. not a city cap, but a Dorito, so that you get your meeple back from the monastery, but you don't actually bring Blue City closer to completion. You only bring your own city closer to completion. Daniel, though, catching up on the scoreboard after Ed completed his monastery, finishing a road, starting a new city. Blue has multiple cities open. Black has now successfully blocked Blue's monastery. Moreover, Black is actually very close to blocking Blue's city. It feels like I'm saying a sort of a tongue twister, but the idea is if Blue doesn't do nothing about it, Black's going to take a Dorito or a triple city, go over here, and then limit the square toward the Dorito with the road. Then he's going to draw a Dorito with the road, get himself 4 points and the road meeple back. And then with that Dorito with the road, he's going to connect all these city tiles to this blocked square, thus trapping this blue meeple. So this is looking very good for Ed. It's still, close enough. And Daniel has deceptively sneaky threats in a couple of places. So first of all, we see this move, that's this construction on the right. I'm not sure how I'm even going to call it. Looks like a bit of a piece of junk. It's not going to be anytime soon that Black could even create a threat of completing that city. And Daniel now decides to bail himself out of that construction entirely, making it really do or die. So these self-invasion situations, although it's not a self-invasion, but the situation where there is a city in progress, which one side is building with 2 meeples, so it can end up in only one of 2 ways, either you or me. No, it can end up in one of 2 ways. It can end up either with Black completing the city and getting 2 meeples back. And the reason why it is a bit more likely than usual is because with 2 meeples, Black doesn't need to worry about allowing invasion platforms, because if Daniel invades that city, what he's going to do? He's just going to burn a meeple, right? So the only thing that Daniel can really do in most situations is just block. But if Daniel does successfully block, then what's going to happen is that Black's going to lose 2 meeples for not a lot of points. And now I believe Daniel actually might even continue his blocking threat. In the meantime, a fantastic tile was drawn by Ed Chamon, who finished his monastery without helping his opponent's city. This is probably the best tile that he could have drawn for this year's situation. And look at this. This guy now looks pretty lonely. This square is relatively sensitive. Whoa, what a move from Daniel. Very interesting. He goes for this anticipation farmer, I guess. I think there wasn't really any urgency. And also, nope. Mistake for sure. If you're gonna go for the anticipation farmer, then at least do it here. First of all, when there are already 6 points on the field with 2 close cities, and also you want to be trying to expose some threats, some squares in your opponent's city. Now, actually, the lovely move from Blue to redeem himself. Look, multi-purpose moves. This is exactly what we want in Carcassonne. So he goes here and drops a farmer, anticipating a curve that goes over here that would allow his 2 blue farmers to eat up this black farmer with a 2 versus 1 majority. But Edge was about to finish his city, and what this move did from Blue, it also made it harder to finish the city, or at the very least impossible for now. Ed Chamon can actually now go over here and try to set up one of the 4 road Doritos to finish the city. This is probably my preference. You could also do something sneakier, maybe going over here, just making it a bit harder for... Yeah, I like this. Are we going to meeple the road? Yeah, we're going to meeple the road. So Daniel is probably going to go over here and try to block the square in full. So it's really do or die for the Mexican. Again, either these guys complete a 20-point city or they're trapped with just 9. It's a gigantic difference. Daniel needs to do something about this. Currently, black doesn't have any meeples, but there are multiple places on the board where black could get a meeple back, although it requires the same type of tile. So there are still 3 regular curves remaining, and generally all places where, actually all 4 places on the board where black could get a meeple back, here, 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 require some sort of a curvy tile. So this means that black will be losing a bit of value from not being able to meeple city caps and such, but still, his threat is very, very big. Hi, Elias. Congratulations on your win. Case in point, Ed now is not able to use... Oh no, you were doing so well. And sadly, the Brazilian makes a mistake. I think he's just way too impatient, wants to get a meeple back, and he unfortunately helped helped blue city. Blue immediately got himself a tile and got himself a meeple back. Same true for Ed, of course, who also placed this tile over here to get himself a meeple back from the monastery, but this was not worth the point sacrifice. And look at this. Daniel is actually creating a threat of finishing a big city on his own, and that's because Ed helped him to recover his monastery meeples. Like, if only he... You see, this is the impatience. Like, if Ed were to wait for just one more turn, he would have gotten this tile and got himself a meeple back. He got his monastery meeple back, but at what price? First of all, he helped his opponent with his city, and then he helped his opponent with another city. So the point of placing a monastery like this, when you're controlling 2 of your opponent's features, is to freeze your opponent's features. So don't help. Basically, I'm just trying to say don't help your opponent. Just don't help your opponent. It's that easy. Anyway, so now, of course, the Brazilian is trying to rectify his situation. He's trying to put some pressure on the square. He's trying to invade the field at the bottom. Very nice multi-purpose move. Daniel, very, very nice move of his own, trying to create a serious blocking threat against this square, and that's why Ed is forced to use a lucrative tile, not for scoring 7 points, not for getting a meeple back, but simply trying to delay that fateful moment of the block. He still wants to preserve himself the chance of getting himself the curvy tile for this square. He gets a different curvy tile to get a different meeple back, but Daniel Ayala gets himself the blocking tile. This is the last horse tile of its kind. There is nothing that fits into the square, and yes, the Mexican blocks himself, but most importantly, he blocks Ed. That said, Ed is actually still ahead, at least on the scoreboard, and Daniel was threatening to finish a city. He was actually 1 tile away from doing so, but this move just in time managed to completely block the square. So this meeple, still valiant effort, is going to be worth 13 points, but it's not going to be worth 26 points. It's not going to make all the way back to Daniel's hand. It's going to stay there until the rest of the game, and that is because there's nothing that fits into the square, because all of the 3 dagger tiles have gone out. Alrighty, so quite an interesting situation here. Daniel just builds up his ruin. Ed connects the field, so there's a bit of a field fight going on at the bottom. And note that the Brazilian does not finish his road, and he does not do that because he does not want to lose his field point here. So he wants to wait explicitly for blue to get a curve, which would allow, of course, blue to take control of this 9-point field, but this would give black a meeple back immediately, which black could redeploy. Actually, now that I think about this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so 8. We're running very short on curves, so there's only one curve remaining for the square, and if blue doesn't get it, then actually black is doing very well for himself. So this farmer is worth 0 points, and this farmer is worth 3 points for blue. So that's a total of 3. For black, this road is worth 3, and this farm on the left is worth 6. So that's 6 points extra in this mini battle here. So this is looking very, very good for Ed. On the other hand, if Daniel manages to get this on the last turn, then maybe Ed will not be able to take advantage of his newly recovered meeple. That's interesting. Anyway, so blue starts a city project on the right, hoping to get some points and a meeple back, which is understandable, but it comes at a cost. With this tile, he's not able to score. That's extremely unfortunate in such a difficult position to be forced to sacrifice points. And there is just nothing that he can do. Maybe going here is an option, perhaps. Yeah, so 2 points are going to be missed by Daniel. Hi, Manarori. So wait, presuming that you're in the chat, did you already win? This is looking really, really good for Mexico. Well, actually, I'm not sure about that because, so table 5 looked very good for Fabio Barney. This is looking very good for Ed Chamon, who I think, well, now I'm not sure. I think if he plays it right, he should be able to win this. He just needs not to make any egregious blunders, and I think then he's good. He just needs to score. Like, he needs to not drop 0-point farmers. And preferably he needs for blue to not draw this curve. Straight line for Ed. No real easy way to score. Actually, no, there is. I think the move that we have to play is something like this. Just go for a 4-point road, try to get a meeple back, because there's still plenty of curvy tiles. In addition to the one curve, there's still 2 road Doritos tile, and 3 tiles are plenty enough to actually go here and get those 4 points with a meeple back. And then, because Daniel has only one, yeah, he goes for this. He goes to the field attack, which honestly is not even that bad. Actually, it's pretty good because it's a very high prob attack. There are multiple curvy tiles that fit there, and this square is not blockable. So it's a very similar move to what I was suggesting, because it is hoping for the same type of tiles. The difference is that it is a higher impact move because it makes more points if successful. But if it's unsuccessful, if it's unsuccessful, it makes fewer points, because let's say if you go here with black and you start this 2-point road, and let's say you never draw your tile here, then at the very least you have those 2 points, whereas this guy is trapped at 0. Still very likely to actually successfully connect. At the very least, they're the 2 road Doritos. So yeah, what does Daniel even do here? Well, first of all, he has to hope for the for this, maybe. Yeah, Ed gets an 8-point monastery, which should seal the deal in this duel. So what does blue do here? It doesn't matter. Oh, I guess he can do a little bit. Maybe as blue, like if we want to maximize our points, we just go here and like take this 4-point road, and then if Ed gets the tile that he needs, he goes here, and then he prolongs our road whilst also connecting to the field. Because one thing that Daniel needs to realize is that he needs to hope for the road Dorito with whichever setup he can make. But I can't really see if anything that he can do that's high scoring. Maybe here, but that's the same idea, really. Yeah, I think we just lose. Like, we just lose. It's one of those games. Maybe score 1 point over here or something. Or actually, no. It's take the 4-point road, and then try to get 2 points extra from here. So that's 6. And we hope that this guy's trapped at 0. Also, what are the other remaining tiles? So there are no daggers, so we know that the one remaining road Dorito, a tile identical to this, is in fact the only tile that fits into this square. So we don't need to be worried about other threats. And then there are probably some straight lines. No straight lines. Must be some city tiles, I guess, which actually are good for us. Well, no, not really, because if they're city tiles, Ed just gets a couple of points over here. Yeah, so there's no real way to do anything meaningful. We just go here for 4 points. That's the maximum that we can do. It is actually the objectively best move. We're gonna find out in 20 seconds or less if the Mexican finds it. Instead, he just takes 1 point, which is 1 point less than the optimal endgame. So now, of course, Daniel's gonna look at this. He's gonna go for this 4 points, right? So he could have gained 1 point extra. He could have gained 1 point extra. What is that move by Ed? Oh, that's what it is. It's still not, it's very neat, but it's not correct. It's not correct. So the point of this move was to block the monastery spot. But it still wasn't correct, although it's very neat. The best move was in fact to get himself 1 point here, because if Daniel gets the monastery, this means that black gets the connection tile for a field necessarily. So then this 8-point monastery or 7-point monastery is not a real threat. Wait, what? How? Daniel won? Huh. But it looked so good for black. It looked so good for black. I don't get this. So we know that Ed's move actually didn't make a difference. Okay, Ed lost 1 point. That's sort of no big deal, really. Isn't that interesting, huh? The 0-point farmer, yes, Elias, because, well, yeah, maybe that's the kind of stuff that loses you games. So although it's super flashy, there were, I guess, more sure ways to score points. Still, I don't think it's a bad farm at all. Maybe the move that Ed should not have played was this guy over here for 3 points. That's kind of seems to be a bit extra. But yeah, I'm surprised. Anyway, this is actually getting interesting. Okay, so Daniel equalizes with a 3-point win in a position which looked very, very good for Ed. And what does this do for a match situation? Well, actually, Brazil is not in great shape. So if If Daniel wins this one, then Mexico wins the match. Yeah, let's actually check out this decider. Wait, what am I doing? Ed Chamon. Yeah, there we go. So now it's a must-win for Ed. It's actually a must-win situation for every Brazilian. How is Fabio Barney doing? So they're in their second game, which is also looking good for them on the scoreboard. So they might win against Vapula here. Although, you know, Vapula has a lot of stuff, actually. They have 2 monasteries in the north. Okay, let's stay with this for a second, and then we're going to go back to Edge. So, yellow meeples here. That's 16 points. 2 blocked monasteries, though. A very exciting Brazilian field fight with 3 red meeples and 3 yellow meeples on a rather large 21-point field, 24-point field with 8 completed cities on it. Fabio, though, has these ruins which exceed the size of this incompleted city by Vapula. And also he has a shorter end of the road compared to Vapula. So I'm not counting this exactly, but I think that the Mexican player should be slightly ahead here overall. Just because the monastery scores so much and that extra road. But whoever wins, we're definitely talking a couple of points there. So 3 points ahead is yellow by my calculations. 4 points after this move. That was the crucial tile that Fabio needed to draw to equalize those roads. That was super important, but he didn't draw it. So Vapula just gonna get himself the road Dorito. Wait a second, but there's one more of those. There is one more of those, but I don't think it's a problem because Vapula is the first player, which means he's also the last player. So he can go here, which would actually even threaten for him the completion of the city. And he's now trying to figure out whether to go here or here, which it's smart. It's smart, okay? Yeah, I think this is the move. Fabio gets the connection, which he should use, I think. But then this will give back a meeple to both red and yellow, but yellow's the only one who has a turn. So only yellow will be able to use his meeple for scoring and not red. So let me think. So yellow's ahead 4. Now red's going to score 5 for equalizing the roads, which puts red ahead 1. And yellow is now going to score 5 points for road at the bottom. Which is going to put yellow ahead. So actually, from Fabio's perspective, this wasn't even a best move. If he were to just go here, he would have netted himself 1 point. Because he would have at least added 1 point to the city. Not that it mattered for the outcome of this game. Also note how smart was this move. By placing on this side, yellow pre-built this 4-point road, knowing that if red successfully completes the road connection, then this 5-point road will be available for the Mexican up for grabs. Although yellow is saying bien jugado. Oh no, I'm correct. +4, +4. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say well played to your opponent even if they lose. That makes sense. Alrighty, so we have a tie here. Another decider in what looks like an interesting duel, and we're gonna come back to those players, but first of all, let's see how Ed Shamon is faring against Daniel Ayala in their decider. Nalaham is saying, how's the action been thus far? Is the tournament shaping up to be as interesting as you anticipated? Oh, yes, it is. So we saw like a gigantic city for 42 points in round 2. And also that city was like very back and forth, that nobody wanted to take it. And then suddenly everybody wanted to take it. And then also here we see that Brazil's tournament situation is quite in jeopardy. So they're hanging in here, and in order for Brazil to preserve good chances for qualifying for the playoffs, despite their 2 wins, which they already have, they need to do very well here. And for now, at least this position looks pretty decent to Ed Shamon, but really, you're not gonna meeple that. You're not gonna meeple that road. Give me a break, man. So, huge sigh of relief for Ed, because the blue meeple was afraid to meeple that road for a good reason. No, I can understand Daniel here, but regardless of his intentions, the outcome is what it is. 6 points are for Ed. Ed has 2 extra monasteries, but Daniel with the field control, and that is what he's going to be banking on. Daniel, what a move here. He goes for the Pindertron maneuver, taking 2 points, leaving the city cap open, and also trying to exert some pressure on the square. The idea being, of course, that when the city cap is taken, this would create an additional platform to pressure further on the square. I was going to say that it comes at the expense of the safety of his own meeple, but not really, as Daniel is successfully kind of building up his city on the right, at least for now. Edge now gets himself a chance to fight for big city in the center. At the very least, it's going to be a ruin. But I think really what Ed wants to do is actually create the threat of completing the city. I think that a ruin there is really not good enough. Okay, it could score 15 points or something, but the main field has way more potential. So ideally, as Black, who by the way now finishes an 8-point city, so that's a fantastic draw for them. So I guess the Pinder maneuver does not always work. This is not to say that it was not worth trying. So anyway, I was saying, so we actually as Black want to create the threat of completing the city. First of all, sometimes we actually get to complete it, which is fantastic. But at the very least, we kind of want to lure in a meeple of Daniel, because if we do, then we're not going to be at a meeple minority anymore, which will allow us, from Black's perspective, to fight for the main field, which is something that we might have to do. I've really learned this the hard way. There was one practice game that, well, like a practice game in such a way. Okay, while Daniel is thinking with the city caps, let me tell about this. There are a few players, one of them, actually many of them are Brazilian players, most notably Melvin Quaresma, with whom I like to practice in commentated games, so that we would actually speak out loud whilst playing, and we would discuss what is the best move and why for both parties. So it's almost like a cooperative game, even though we're playing against each other. And there was this one game where I had a ruin for 20 points that I thought was very good. But when I was building this ruin, and there was this moment where it was worth 10 points, like in the middle of the game. And then Melman told me that like it doesn't matter how big the ruin gets in that particular position, as long as it takes an extra meeple away from the field fight, like whether it's 10 points or whether it's 20 points, it really doesn't matter. As long as the field is like 30, then all that matters is that I don't have meeples to fight for the field. And this is exactly what happened. Like I had this run for 20 points and I lost the game by 15 with no real chance. So this is something that could happen here. That definitely could happen here. Now, one thing that's slightly different is because here Ed is ahead on the scoreboard and he still has the ruin, which scores just enough, and he has the monastery, so it is still possible for him to win without the field. He might not have meeples for the field fight, but he might want to avoid the field fight altogether. Too many digressions. Daniel, with a fantastic tile, which he can use to score points. But to score points where? That's a question. He goes for the main field, just gets himself more points. Ed scores 3 points at the bottom. Still is threatening to finish that city. And Daniel again with the splitter. Well, I'm sure he's looking to score points somewhere now. This actually is just absolutely fantastic tile for Daniel. Because if you can get more of these city caps, then there's really not a lot that Ed can do. Because with every city cap, you increase the size of the field and you increase the importance of the field and you make it less likely. Oh, Ed's inefficient, Ed. I don't know. Okay, so now Ed is going unapologetically for the completion of his big city, and it might just work. I don't think he has to do this. I think taking 4 points on the left was just fine, but it's an unpleasant threat to deal with for Daniel, because suddenly this square here, which could be used to block this critical square, is kind of difficult to use. So the idea is this: there's still 2 extender tiles that fit there, and there are 3 straight lines available here to block. So in fact, blue is a slight favorite to block successfully, but only a slight favorite. And also, Ed very wisely scored 3 points over here, because his next move is to place a straight line over here, completely disallowing blocking opportunities from this square. Or, you know, he can do even something crazier. For example, if he gets the last remaining field monastery, instead of going over here, which would be his standard move, he might just want to go over here with a meeple protecting this square. And look at this, Ed is 1 tile away from completing his city, and just in time, Daniel gets himself a tile for invasion, but it is not over. There are 3 tiles that fit over here, and Ed can still go here with a city cap and re-attack that city. But it's certainly unfortunate for Ed that he... Actually, now Daniel, if he feels adventurous, he can go here with another meeple and then hope for a Dorito with the road plus a triple city combo just to try. No, you got... So he was very close to making the content move. Honestly, I thought he would drop the meeple there. I thought he would do it. I mean, I wish he would have done that. He would have done it. But the point why he didn't place the meeple here is because this invasion is way too risky. First of all, you're not that likely to draw all your invasion tiles in the first place. Second, this square could still get blocked. But the main reason is that he actually does not need this. Although it would have worked. He would have gotten the tile. Ed, though, with a fantastic draw. He gets himself another cow. He finishes one of his monasteries without helping his opponent's monastery too much. He's now ahead on the scoreboard. He has an extra monastery. Blue, of course, with a big field, but blue is yet to connect to this city, and currently black is enjoying an advantage of around 10 points over here. And there's only 1 tile in the deck remaining that would actually allow this connection over here. This is still looking very good for Daniel. But Ed Chamon has some real chances. Well, this is looking even better for Daniel. It's a rhombus-shaped city. Has been successfully completed by Daniel Ayala. And this also adds some field points. Well, just in time, Ed manages to score himself a nice city for 7. Daniel gets a vanilla city cap, and it's not exactly obvious whether the best move is to go here and just get himself a monastery meeple back, or maybe just here and score 4 points and clean off the city cap and potentially try to get a curve and expand his little field here. He chooses to get a meeple back, maybe anticipating some chances for a field fight, which we will find out in a second. Does Ed think that he could win without the farms, or does he have to fight for the farms? I have a feeling that he has to fight for the farms because he's down 12. His monastery and cities score pretty well. They're actually very close to 30. We presume that Daniel does not connect here, which would put him at around plus 18, but blue has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cities. In case of the unification of all these fields, I'm still counting this city twice because this guy is not really making it to the field here. So this would still put Ed at negative 12 or something? Negative 9, which is really not that bad because I can see a win condition, although it's quite obscure, so that's why Ed chooses to go for the field fight. Daniel connects to the city, which makes the field fight even more necessary. And now really the only chance for Ed is to equalize the field, which is exactly what he's trying to do right now. He's hoping for back-to-back curves. That's what he's doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there are 3 of those, so it's a 50-50 chance for him to draw both of these curves. And now the question for Daniel, does he need to drop another farm in order to win? Or can he just go here and try and set up another field connection? Maybe that's enough. Or can he just ignore everything entirely and simply score? Because let's say if these fields get unified, Daniel already has 12 points on the scoreboard, plus 3 points extra from here, so that's 15. These city points are neutralized. Ed has 7 for this city, plus 12 for these monasteries so far, so that's 21. Which only puts Ed at plus 6. So really, Daniel can just meeple a 5-point monastery. I think the only way the Mexican loses if he makes a mistake. Maybe by trying to go for 0-point farmers where he doesn't have to. He goes for a 5-point monastery. He realizes his win condition. And it looks like we're headed to a very happy day for Mexico. So Edge gets himself a curve. He will connect on the left, and he will then hope that Daniel does not get a road tile, but Daniel does get a road tile. He has a 3 versus 1 majority on the field. He's going to win this game with a gigantic difference. So in the field versus monastery imbalance, the field wins again. Also must feel super pleasant to be able to win with a big field against a Brazilian, you know, it's kind of defeating somebody on their own turf. Finally, on his last tile, Black gets to complete a monastery. Oh, and Daniel even gets to complete the shared city. This is just with the sole purpose of expanding his field. 1 more completed city on his field means 3 more points. So it looks like blue is down 1 point, but not really. 27 extra for the field. Congrats is saying Ed. And look at this. 263 points scored by the players total. Very difficult duel. That's what Daniel is saying. And rightfully so. Ed was actually really close of putting it away in game 2. But very often happens you miss one chance. There is not going to be another chance. Anyway, very high level duel for both players. And we congratulate Team Mexico just like that. So Mexico has already won 3 duels, which secures them the victory in this match. But the other 2 are important because now Brazil really, really needs that tiebreaker, or they need to hope that Guatemala manages to deliver a miracle against sideways Guatemala, against Argentina. Because of the flag, because like the Argentinian flag is like the Guatemalan flag, but sideways, or the other way around. So there are 2 more duels. Vapula versus Barney is the first one they're gonna watch. This one's 16 minutes in, 22 tiles remaining, and I'm also going to open Gustavo Arruda, who already won 3 games. Well, not 3 games. He played 3 games against Licio Campo and won. So Brazil at least is getting on the match scoreboard. Now for the all-important tiebreaker. This is looking pretty good for Fabio. Or is it? So the scoreboard and the meeple count looks great for red here. That's the Brazilian, but the Mexican player with the yellow meeples has 3 monasteries, and even though they're blocked, at this stage of the game, he doesn't really need that meeple back. And they will score quite nicely for him. That's upwards of 20 points. Yellow also has a significant threat at the bottom. There's a 14 or even 16 point city waiting to happen, and plenty of Dorito tiles to make that happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 Dorito tiles at this stage of the game is enough, really. So what do you do here as Fabio? Maybe you have to go here and just try and create an attacking platform against that city. So what else are we having? Oh, no, this is better. Duh. This is, of course, better. He scores a 7-point monastery, but a dagger tile for Vapula to get himself 8 points. 4 for the road, 4 for the city, add a meeple back. The field at the top is tied. It is worth 12 points with 4 completed cities in it. Red with 1 meeple and yellow with 1 meeple too. Fabio is probably looking to do this, free up his meeple, or maybe, is it crazy to start employing radical measures? Maybe going here, dropping a farmer, and trying to complete the monastery whilst connecting to the farm is not the craziest idea in the world. Instead, he does another idea which I actually quite like. He continues his city. And the purpose of this is not just continuing his city, it's trying to build up the monastery very efficiently. So he's trying to build a 5-point road which goes through that monastery. And I believe there's still tiles available to make that happen. So there's still 3 straight lines, which is a lot of straight lines at that stage of the game, and a bunch of curvy tiles as well available to complete that 5-point road. So that's very, very nice. Vapula now takes quick points for a road. So 3 points, of course. And yeah, Fabio with an excellent sequence here. Look at this. He gets the 3 points. He's setting up 3 extra points. Vapula, those finally with a splitter tile, which can be used as a Dorito, and this is exactly what he does. This is a 14 points addition to the Mexican scoreboard. He's even contemplating a farmer there, which I don't think he should do. So this is now looking quite difficult for Fabio. A monastery. It's a lovely monastery that you really want to use, but you can't. Because you need meeples. You need meeples to score points for this here road piece. But, yeah, he just simply discards the monastery. Vapula, I'm not sure what they're going to do. Oh, I know what they're going to do. They're going to go here and drop a farmer. That's a killer move. Although, do they know that? But this is an incredibly annoying move to deal with. You actually go here and you try and connect through your opponent's road setup that they were preparing. That certainly would be incredibly strong. Going over here for 6 points, that's also a possibility, but he can always do that later. Oh, or he can just also go here and grab these city points. And so what he must be thinking, they must be checking, yeah, so he goes for the city. And the reason why he might have done so is that maybe there are not that many city tiles available, and so he kind of just wants to jump in on the earliest opportunity to do that. Although I think it would have been stronger to go here first, and then on the city. I know that maybe in yellow's position, it's not necessarily the most important thing to be drawing 3-point farmers, but the idea is that you're really preventing your opponent from finishing your monastery productively. So that was the strength of this move. Yellow now can go here, score 6 points for this farm. That would be the highest scoring move. Not necessarily the best move, just the highest scoring in the short term. So Fabio gets himself a meeple back, which actually I'm not even sure was the best move. I think it was even better maybe for him to take 3 points here and then hope that he would draw another straight line and score here. But it's very difficult to recommend something in a difficult position like this. Fabio will be taking 3 points for the road. That would make the most sense. And again, he has this lovely 12-point field. It's just really not enough against these monasteries here. This ruins roughly equal this ruin. This road's roughly equal this field. So it's interesting how we see two imbalances, right? In the previous game, Ed against Daniel, we saw how a field defeats a monastery cluster. And here we're about to see the opposite, how a monastery cluster defeats a field. Even when all 3 monasteries are blocked. Ooh, let's go! Fabio's trying to invade the 12-point field, which could still work, actually. Hey, that's a really nice find. Because from Red's perspective, at the time of the move, there were still 2 tiles that fit there. That's just fantastic. And I think he's going to draw it. So he's going to connect to the field and score 12 points. Which is still not going to be enough, but it's still a respectable effort. Now, the strongest move here from Vapula, like, that's interesting. How well does he know his endgame? So the last tile is this. Okay, he does not know. So he scores a 4-point road. And Vapula here misses. Yeah, oh, he misses so many points. What Vapula should have done, he should have gone over here and anticipated that road. First of all, this road, which would have been formed as a result of this connection, would have been worth 5 points instead of 4. And second, it would not have allowed red to meeple this 4-point road. Instead, red would have been forced to meeple this 2-point city. So that's a 3-point mistake from Vapula, not finding this anticipation tactic. Let's see if it has any bearing on the results. No, it does not. But it was close. 1-point victory for the Mexican. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Fabulous stuff. Anyway, very tight duel. Honestly, like, I feel that table 5 with, you know, nominally the lowest rated players, if you just compare them to the rest of the team, was probably the most interesting of the 5 games. And Mexico will prevail here, 4-1, really hurting Brazil's tiebreaker. But if you remember, then Mexico also suffered against Argentina earlier today, so that sort of cancel each other out. So let's see. Now it really depends on how Argentina is doing against Guatemala. So congratulations to Mexico, who I think qualified for the playoffs. I think they should. Okay, let's actually check this. So Mexico 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. So they're obviously 2 victories in 3 games, in 3 matches, and they have the tiebreaker of 3 extra 1 duels. Brazil has a negative tiebreaker. Yeah, they should be at -1. Yeah, I think now Brazil just needs to root for Guatemala. If Guatemala wins against Argentina, then Argentina is out and Brazil qualifies. And Argentina won 5-0 against Guatemala. What a blowout. I expected it to be tighter. So this means, I mean, we don't even have to calculate. Argentina is definitely qualified. And I think they're even in first place with their best tiebreaker. And Brazil is going to be in 3rd place, despite being the only team to win their first 2 matches. Some incredible stuff. So a lot of comeback wins for Mexico, and congratulations to Mexico and Argentina, and deepest commiserations to Brazil, who will not be defending their title this year. Also, it's interesting that Brazil won their first 2 matches with newer players, with new generation players. In their 3rd match that they lost, they actually sent a lineup which was the closest to kind of the old Brazil, the previous year's Brazil, with you know, their regular masters. But then there were no match for Mexico. Well, I did not see that coming, but we still have matches to watch. Because in Group B, some interesting things are happening. So first of all, in Group A, just want to check the matches. Group A. So not only did Argentina win 5-0 against Guatemala, 4 of the 5 duels were 2-0. So it's almost a clean sweep. The only exception is Chini DT, who at least managed to pick a game off Academia 4-7 before losing 1-2 against them. So what about Group B? So Chile wins against the United States. Telborn, Vaineria, and Claudio Jorquera are the victors. Aliyu and Mingo are the victors for the United States. So Chile qualifies with 3 games, with 3 victories in 3, just as last year. The only difference is that there's now no Brazil to stop them in the finals, which I think would make Chile the main favorite at this point. Although I'm really not sure. Mexico or Argentina could definitely take this down. And then the only thing remaining to check, how is Uruguay doing against Colombia? So the only way for the United States to qualify at this moment is just to hope that Colombia would lose against Uruguay with a favorable enough result. And I'm not getting updates yet, so I presume that the match must be going on. So let's just start looking one by one. That's Maestro 3-5 from Colombia, who's still playing. There we go. Okay, they're playing a decider beautifully against MF Koto 9-1. So that's perfect. We get to show at least a little bit of Uruguay in a situation that matters. And look at this. Are Uruguay actually winning this? Because it looks really, really good for red here. That's the Uruguayan player against Meister of Colombia. So let's start making sense of this position. 20 tiles still remaining, so plenty of Carcassonne to be played. So scoreboard looks great for red. Other things actually not that great for red. So this blocked meeple for Uruguay. That's just 1 point. This almost blocked city. For yellow, well, that's a lot more than 1 point. Also, we saw that now red tried to quite extravagantly go and try to attack this tight field in a situation where I don't think they really had to. So this move seemed to have been quite risky. And Meister just managed to draw a crossroads and cut off this guy. So Kato is in a bit of a blocky mood. He's now trying to... He's really going hard at this 9-point field, and I think I've seen this before, that just players take fields extremely seriously when this really should not be the case. There are just so many other things to do in this position other than this 9-point field. So as Kato, my first instinct would be to go somewhere here in that area to try and prevent the threat that matters for real. Like, Meister's threatening a 12-point city at a meeple back. Or, yeah, 12-point city and a meeple back. Like, and red is now trying to fight for a field which is only worth 9 points with 3 completed cities on it. That's why I've seen this with many players, that you kind of have some sort of field instinct, because this is very often the case, as we saw, for example, in the game of Ed Chamon against Daniel Ayala, how fields can be important, but the thing is they are not always are. Fields are only important if they score lots of points, but this one really, really doesn't. Now, it still looks like red might be successful with the field if he gets a city cap, and then he would have this 9-point advantage, but is it really worth that sort of stuff? Okay, now red is trying to block. But you see, now it's too late because Meister gets himself the tile to complete this city. So this is now looking very, very good for Colombia. Also, one more other thing. So look at this. a position with quite a big lead. Red just dropped 2 0-point farmers, and it doesn't look like any of them are having any particular impact. In the meantime, Meister, with this comfortable farmer of just 2 squares, is enjoying 9 points. So yeah. So does Red have chances there? I know that it's a bit surprising that we go from a position which looked very, very good for Red for one where I'm trying to question whether Red has chances, but maybe they do. Okay, plus 6 on the scoreboard. Maybe we get this meeple back with some sort of city cap that's plus 10. That's equality on meeples. Maybe we invade here. This means that this 9-point field equalizes this field with, of course, a disproportionate amount of effort. Yeah, but then also yellow has this long road. And yellow has this city. And it will be difficult. Okay, so yellow is trying to block the square. And now red needs to make a decision. Do we just try and gamble with it and continue a city at the top? Or do we do this? That's a lovely move here. Because not only does it protect this invasion square, it also makes sure that this invasion comes with 7 points extra for red. Right, Red's going to get himself the city cap and score points for here. So quick points for Meister. Kato continues his monastery. Maybe he is going to even get himself a meeple back. Meister with a Dorito tile. Maybe looking to reinvade this field. Or maybe there's something else. Actually going here is not crazy at all. The reason why this is not crazy is because if I'm not mistaken, there's still one dagger that fits into this square for 4 points, for 6 points actually for the road, plus 1 for here, plus 1 for here. And then this would also expand this 3-point field to include these 2 cities to make 9 points, which would be a separate field from this field, unless of course something is placed into that square, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's not necessarily gonna be, because there's only one curve available in the first place. So that's an option really here from Meister, which I really like. Another option is to go here and drop a farmer, but then when you're ahead, do you really want to be dropping 0-point farmers? I don't think so. And also the idea behind this move, now I've told you the idea behind this move, yeah. And it's interesting. Let's just see what the Colombian decides. Well, that's not a very inspiring move. I mean, it does something. It tries to create a meeple. Let's do it. Okay. I think at this point we have to place a meeple on every turn. But Kato does at least finish their monastery, so that's something. Okay, now Meister can be looking to farm somewhere. Maybe here. And that's already more enticing. We could just take quick points here. We could even drop a farmer here. I don't know. From Red's perspective, I really like to meeple here just because there are really not going to be that many places to score more than 4. For example, now Red has to go over here. Yeah, that's the thing. So it was super important to go over here because Red needs to hope to redeploy a meeple in every next turn. So we just ignore this. We go here, we get the 6 points here. Then we go here with the city cap. We get the 7 plus the field invasion, and I don't know. Anyway, let's see how this progresses. Farm, please farm, please farm, please farm, please farm. Remember this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. He's thinking about it. That would be the proper meeple management. If he does not farm here, he's going to miss out on 3 points. Okay, this one he does understand. So, not a great tile from Meister, actually. I mean, he can use it to claim a ruin, maybe. For 6 points. One that I believe Kato should have claimed. Yeah, we go here, right? That would make sense. And then for Kato to have any chance that he would need to draw the city cap over here. Okay, instead he goes for the city. That's a great tile for Kato. Wait, he can go here. He can score 9 points for this field. Right here. And then hope for the vanilla city cap. Right? I don't think I'm crazy. You just go here. It's 9 points for free. Or maybe we go here and try to limit some invasion options for our opponent. I'm not sure. So this would be a 7-point move, right? Because it takes a 9-point field, and then it also gives our opponents 1 monastery point and 1 city point. It does feel like we need a bit too many things. Yeah, because the problem is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still 1 curve, and there's still 1 vanilla city cap. And we desperately need the vanilla city cap over here, which means that our yeah, that is not the highest scoring move. Maybe it's time pressure or something, but maybe it's time pressure. So if the curve is drawn by red, and no real good way to deploy this. Maybe this, you see, like there was also another sequence possible, by the way. Red could have gone over here, trying to invade the farm like this. But if you're gonna do that, then you know that your opponent's gonna get this tile. Yeah, so there, I guess there was just no way for red to win. Yes, Elias is saying that this is 7 points, referring to that farm. Okay. So last tile of the game, probably last tile of the championship, is Kato going to be losing this crucial duel for Uruguay. I think without this duel, it will be very difficult for them to win this match. Three points for Kato, which is reasonable. That's pretty much the only possible move here. Oh, and Meister is going to get himself the city for a lot of points. Yeah, that's why it was important for Kato to meeple this earlier. So that's an endgame issue that I see very often. Like when one side has a lot of meeples, you really got to be able to deploy them. Yeah, so it's one of those other cases where the side that is ahead really, as a result of some 0-point farmers, slowly pulled themselves behind, but still great effort for the Colombian, creating all the big features, the monastery, the long road, the ruin on the right, that all made it very difficult for Kato to win this. And ultimately a 27-point difference. So, well done for the effort for Kato, and congratulations for Meister to bringing this particular match points to their team. I'm not sure exactly how the other players are doing. Let's see if we get results from Uruguay versus Colombia. No, we don't get them in Discord. Maybe we get them on Carcassonne GG. Nope, we don't. So let's keep going for Colombia, Uruguay. Okay, what were the other players? Oh no, they are. So this was actually the final game. So Colombia won against Uruguay 4-1. So Trojes Henao won 2-1 against Germancito. Mendeleev was the player for Uruguay to give them the 1 match point against Zeb 9-3. So congratulations for Uruguay for putting them on the board. And then Tatandi won 2-1 against Berna UI. Uela 2-1. No, Uela won 2-1 against BDDL1. And the idea and the final duel between Meister and MF Kato, this is what we witness right now. So the matches are over. The only thing that remains is to have a look at the final tournament table, which I'm pretty sure is going to be generated in a few minutes. So stick around for a few more minutes. Make sure to like this video, by the way, if you like anything about this, for the algorithm and, you know, to bring more people into competitive Carcassonne, which is exactly what we want. Make sure to subscribe for more competitive Carcassonne content like this. There's going to be a lot of live streams coming up. The Uruguayan captain has just confirmed the results, that it is indeed 4-1. So now it's time to wait for the final tournament table. So interestingly, in today's stream, we've managed to cover almost every country, but we didn't cover Guatemala. Unfortunately, didn't have time for that because Guatemalans are playing so quick that everything is over before we can have a look at them. Although we did cover Guatemala quite in depth last year, so that's something. We had a look at our newcomers, Uruguay, in a position where they had a genuine chance. That's also quite nice. Now, the one problem is that we didn't have a look at our today's winner, at Chile, the only country that managed to score 3 victories out of 3 for the 2nd year straight. But, you know, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a look at the semifinals and possibly even the finals tomorrow. So, whatever the pairings are, I'm pretty sure I'm going to start with Chile. So it should be, if I'm not mistaken, Chile versus Argentina, and Mexico versus Colombia. And then I'm going to start with Chile versus Argentina because Chile is the one that hasn't gotten any attention. Although I also will need to check the timing for tomorrow, because it might be so that the semifinals will be staggered, so that one semifinal starts an hour after the other. I'm not sure if that's the case. If that's the case, then I'll, of course, will be able to cover both semifinals. Yeah, let me just check my Discord. Wait, no. It should be Chile, Mexico, right? And then Argentina against Colombia. Okay, we're gonna need to specify that a little bit later. Still waiting for that tournament table. I know that we already know the outcome. We already know the 4 semi-finalists, but I just really want to see that sweet, sweet, sweet table. Standings. Okay, so we have the final positions for Group A. I'm gonna get this out to you in a minute. Nope, not that one. Wait, I'm sorry, brain. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it is in fact what we confirmed: Argentina, Mexico, Brazil, and Guatemala in that order. So yeah, so 3 teams with 2 matches won, which is a bit unexpected. So normally it is 2-3-1. That's the more frequent outcome. And Guatemala is the only of the teams to have lost all 3 matches, and it's really the tiebreaker between it's the result between the 3 teams and Guatemala that mattered most. So Argentina won against Guatemala 5-0. Mexico won 4-1, and Brazil won 3-2. So that's how the tiebreaker was generated. I mean, of course, Argentina got a little bit extra by defeating Brazil 4-1 instead of 3-2. So really this meant yeah, it's interesting how these tournaments work, because I don't think that for Brazil any loss to Mexico with any difference would have been acceptable, even if it were 2-3. So even though Brazil won the first 2 matches, they still had to win the 3rd one in order to qualify. No, a bit of an interesting system, and then you can obviously see all the tiebreakers on the screen. All right, now time to get you all the seconds table, which I believe has already been generated. How's our Group B doing? Yes, the table's there. I'm gonna get the image to you in a second. And this is Group B. So Chile is the first one, of course, the only country to win 3 games out of 3, 3 matches out of 3 for 2 years in a row. Yeah, so in Group B is much more straightforward. Colombia would won 2 games. The decider really between Colombia and the United States was in round 2. That one game, that one crazy game with a 40.2 city between Justin Ethier and El Taliban. Yeah, and the United States came quite close to defeating Chile, but oh, and that would have been enough actually for them, but wasn't meant to be. And Uruguay will be taking, let me see, yeah, the 8th place in this championship because of their tiebreaker compared to Guatemala. So Guatemala won. Wait, no, wait. Guatemala won more jewels, I believe, or did they? So 2-3. Actually, no, yeah. So Guatemala won 3 duels, but they won 1 more game. So in fact, Uruguay is taking the 7th place in this championship, and Guatemala is taking 8th. Because they have the same tiebreaker for duels, they have just a slightly different game difference. Because Uruguay won 1 extra game comparison to Guatemala. Anyway, that should do it. So yeah, tomorrow semi-finals going to be starting at 1800 UTC for the finals. I'm also planning another special guest, just like we had earlier today, but although it's going to be a different guest next time. So then Chile versus Mexico is the semi-final match that we're going to start with, and then the final, who knows. So that's going to be it then. Let me just get rid of this. Congratulations to all the winners today. Commiserations to everybody who is not happy with their result. See you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to see you soon.